home.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Turn the dial and turn up the thrill. We are not in the same league. We are rewriting the rules. Here on Today 95.1 FM.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe? Your voice, your opinion. Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. Showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who will take 3 lights, 4 lights. Who's ready to be the star?
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Tyson Gay right, hold all the way, he's looking right.
The heart stops.
Catch the sports gang on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and Today's Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
And for the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Yes, you will never forget and can never forget us here on today's Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people. We are your voice. We are your voice when it comes to the world of sports. Yeah, yes, the sports crew here to dissect and look into everything happening in the world of other sports before we get to talk about European football and then the transfers. But let's not forget there's a small matter of the Community Shield today. Will Arsenal begin the season on a good note, or do you think City under Enzo Maresca, I think will actually struggle next season? I just have that gut feeling. Will maybe start the season on a good note. But notes, for the past 5 seasons or thereabouts, whoever wins the Community Shield never wins the Premier League title. So Arsenal fans, are you willing to let go of the Community Shield today, get pummeled, get beaten, and still win the English Premier League title? Will you prefer that, or you prefer you win the Community Shield, then don't win the English Premier League title? I think that's a no-brainer. Or maybe you feel your team could break the jinx and actually get to win both at the end of the season, or at the end of today and the end of the season as well. Well, you are listening to the voice of Henry Ogugo, and I'm here this lovely afternoon to drive you through proceedings as the new season fever is actually heating up. The La Liga has started. We have the Trophies de Champions in France today or tonight as well, with Lens taking on Paris Saint-Germain. We also have the German Super Cup, Bayern taking on RB Leipzig this weekend. And yeah, a lot is happening. The La Liga is on our screens. The Championship is back. The Scottish Premiership is back. A lot of major leagues are back. Or a lot of the smaller leagues are back. We're waiting for the major ones. The Serie A, the English Premier League, the La Liga started today, the French League on. Well, in Italy, it's all about the Coppa Italia this period. But like I did mention, it's about other sports first before we get to head over to European football and talk some transfers on the transfer show today. As usual, I am never alone in the studio. I've got the sports chef here with me, the man here to slice and dissect and garnish everything we have on the menu this afternoon. Ovie, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon to you, Henry. Happy Sunday to you. Happy Sunday to all our lovely listeners. As always, it's nice to be here talking sports. It's cold out there, pouring out there in the Garden City. As I always say, this is always my favorite weather. I was talking with my younger sister. She was like, I don't know why people complain about the rain. It's a very lovely weather. Isn't it better to
You need
feel
to explain
cold?
more. You need to explain more.
No. It's simple. Will you rather be hot or will you rather be cold? It's much easier.
Depends on the context of the hot.
Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to Alex in the studio. And lots of, as you said, the football is back gradually as we've got the little leagues already starting. We had the Eredivisie already starting. The Turkish League has started. Today we'll have the cutting razors for the various leagues, the Trophy des Champions, the German Super Cup, and the Community Shield as well. So we get the cutting razors and who claims the first trophy of the season, as we've already started calling the Community Shield a trophy, a major trophy as some want to call it.
It's like the Super Cup of English football, that is a charity.
It's not like the Super Cup. You said it was a charity. It's a charity cup. It's just like the Unity Cup. Just that it's just between the winners of two teams. It's still a charity cup. But we'll leave all that. We're talking about sports, what's happening in the various sports, in boxing, in Formula One, in tennis as well. Lots happening, lots to dissect, lots to bring to the table today. And it's always nice to do the show with you.
Yeah, definitely. It is nice. And like he did let the cat out of the bag, the other person here in the studio with us is the man who is coming back from an ACL injury, Alexander Kabari, here with us in the studio. Alex, how was rehab? I'm sure the knee is fine and good and ready to go.
Yeah, very good afternoon to you, Henry. My time on the sidelines was very, very excruciatingly long. I longed to return to the pitch. I'm fit and ready to go right now. I am raring. It's a new season and I want to rack up as much goals and assists as possible, pick up the Ballon d'Or if possible too. So a very good afternoon to you. It's been a a lengthy period, I would say, on the sidelines. But as always, I'm always going to be very and active for when I have the opportunity to, which is why it's always lovely to be here on this marathon edition where we get to talk for 5 hours straight. I think it's always one of my favorite times where I get to talk. If you listen well enough, you know that I like to talk. I like to expatiate properly on some of my opinions. And I would say the weekdays where it's just 1 hour does not do enough justice to that. So this has to be definitely one of my favorite times where we get to sit down and properly talk about different talking points. As you had already mentioned, the community shield. I was telling Uvi right before we walked into the studio, how serious are both sides going to take it? Arsenal have lost 2 out of 3 preseason friendlies. City have won 2 and drawn 1 of their 3 preseason friendlies. By obvious preparations and every other standard logic, City look like the better side under Maresca coming into this, just based off preseason friendlies. But that is not the standard of measure. And to answer your question, Henry, I will lose the community shield, or should I say City would rather lose the community shield today and wait to pick up the Premier League title if possible, because I think that has to be in the bigger picture for you. If you're looking at which trophy means more, I think you would rather lose that. I'm sure Liverpool fans were ecstatic when they lost to Crystal Palace at the start of last season in the Community Shield, because they felt like, okay, no problem, that course still keeps going. I mean, obviously, Crystal Palace are not going to be in the bidding for the Premier League, and you have a shot yourself. You're defending champions, but things didn't quite go as planned. But the course has still been there, and it's going to take something exceptional to do that, since the last team to actually do that was still Man City. I think that was 2018 after winning the Community Shield, and then he went on to still win the Premier League. So it's been it's 2018 till 2026. We're talking 8 years now of that repeated streak. So I don't know where Arsenal fans are going to be, but one thing is sure: Arteta and Maresca have also come out to enunciate that they are going to be fighting for the trophy. It's a trophy, and everybody wants to win it. So as long as your name gets a chance to be written into the books of your club's folklore, you would always want to go ahead and to pick that up, as well as the curtain openers that you did mention all around the world, and some signings. We'll get into that too, which is of course going to be a little bit much later, but it's very, very exciting. It's, as always, it's the marathon edition, and we will definitely dissect everything as you have said earlier. So good afternoon once more, Henry.
Yeah, great to have the guys here in the studio, and it's great to have you as a part of this family and a part of this show. We do have the feedback platforms for you to be a part of this show. On YouTube, we are live at Today 951 FM, at Today 951 FM. And on Facebook, we are Today 95.1 FM, at Today 95.1 FM. On Instagram, we are Today FM 951, at Today FM 951. On X, it's at Today FM 951 as well, at Today FM 951. On Twitch, it's at Today FM 951. At Today FM 951. You can also listen to us audio only via our website, which is www.todayfmlive.com, www.todayfmlive.com, and you just click on listen live either via the menu page or the menu list, beg your pardon, or the home page. We are also on Twitch and the Radio Garden app, and we are Today 95.1 FM on the Twitch and Radio Garden app. Then for the feedback platforms you're used to, the regular feedback platforms for the SMS and WhatsApp portal, the number is 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. For the phone line, the number is 0810 9510 951. 0810 9510 951. So, ladies and gentlemen, the phone line will be open during the show for you to call in and air your thoughts. You can send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal as we are going to talk or about the things we are going to discuss. We are definitely going to read them. And yes, it's time for you to sit, relax, get your popcorn if you have some, and some cold drink beside you, irrespective of the fact that the weather is cold. And let's get the show on the road.
Yes, this is your Today Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. And let's kick things off with what's happening on the local scene. Yes, it's time for us to kick things off from the local scene as regards other sports, as we'll be talking basketball, but this time we'll talk the D Tigers, but let's start off with the Junior D Tigers and Junior D Tigers. Junior D Tigers are out. They crashed out in the group stages. But I mean, the Junior D Tigers have secured another qualification to the under 19, yes, the under 18, beg your pardon, women's or FIBA under 19 Women's World Cup in China. They did this by securing a hard fought 53 to 50 point victory in the semi-final over Cote d'Ivoire, yes, over Ivory Coast, and they will be playing Mali in the final. Well, they did lose to Mali in the last edition in 2024 by 76 to 56 points in Pretoria, South Africa. Mali are the defending champions. They are the most dominant side in this age category with 9 victories and 9 gold medals and 2 silver medals. But the Junior D Tigers, back-to-back qualification for the FIBA Under 18 Women's Basketball World Cup, and another solid campaign for the side. I mean, the girls in football are not really doing well at this point in time. Or football isn't really doing well at this point in time. But by the looks of things, basketball is giving us some football. I mean, for the Junior D Tigers, qualifying for another FIBA Under 18 World Cup. This is back-to-back qualifications for the Junior D Tigresses. And as much as we talk about, we'll get to head over to them to talk about them, the D Tigers themselves, the main team, or the main senior women's national team. As much as we talk about all these camps, bringing the guys from the NCAAs and mixing them with a lot of the older ladies to try and help or aid with the transition. We've had back-to-back under 18s qualifying for the FIBA Women's World Cup. I mean, what does that mean for the sports within the country itself? Not just talking about bringing in those diaspora stars or diaspora players actually be part of the team. And your take on the team's performance at the competition over there in Cote d'Ivoire?
First of all, congratulations to them for making it to another World Cup. You might think it's easy, but as we've seen in sports, it's never easy to make it into the next stage of the under 18 World Cup, or even at youth level, and they also do it at senior level as well. But the Tigers have been able to do it both at the junior level and senior level. Football might not be doing, but the girls are doing it. Did well this month. Beat Tunisia. They might have lost to Cameroon in overtime, but they were able to beat Senegal, finished second, went to the quarterfinals as well, beat Cameroon again, and then in the semi-final against the host Cote d'Ivoire, were able to beat Cote d'Ivoire, and in the final as well too, Mali. So the progress, I would say, that the Tigers have had has been very, very strong heading into the continental stage and heading into the intercontinental stage. So I'm just expecting loss for them heading into the World Cup. And you have to talk about the players that we've acquired, if I were to say. So just coming after the Tigers win, or the Tigers tour, we start looking at how we integrate these women into the senior team. Start looking at how we integrate these women, especially the women from diaspora, because we talk about some of the athletes that we have. Yes, we know we have good athletes in Nigeria, but some of them from the NCCE, some of them from college basketball. It's time to start finding a way we can secure them. And it's not like Nigeria basketball does not have a good appeal. Just like how you say the women's team has a good appeal, 10-time African champions, the Tigers too Also, when it comes into the standing, we are part of the top 10 teams in the world.
5 straight Afro basket
Five
titles.
straight Afro baskets. Top when it comes to being leaders in Africa, we're the best in Africa. When it comes to in the world as well, to top 10 in the world. So it's not like it's we're a small nation to undermine. So we have good value when you want to talk about the teams up here. Now, the only downside is the administration. The only downside is the matches. Tour before the MBBF didn't have any tours for the girls until we had the ones that they just had recently with the two teams in the WNBA, and then this tour to the before the FIBA World Cup, Women's World Cup. During the last FIBA Women's AfroBasket tournament, they had no preparation. They were still able to go into the tournament and still win that tournament. Same thing our female Super Falcons this last season. But this season, you say good preparation. They've been able to prepare well. So it's to keep the core of this team and keep on building around this team heading into the senior level, the under 18, the under 20, how we can build them into the senior team, because sooner or later many of these girls are going to be finding that transition. So we need to keep that core, we need to keep that culture in the basketball team, in the women's basketball team for the youth level. When it comes to acquiring players outside as well too, bringing players as well outside and also teaching them that culture, because you don't want to just acquire someone that will try and change things out. We know it's a very different ball game playing playing college basketball and then playing for your national team, and many of them want to get deals in the WNBA as the league is rising over there in the US, or maybe even secure moves to any European team. So we need to work on our scouting, which I would have to say for the national team has been, at least for the women, has been really, really good with the talent we've acquired so far. When it comes, we've been able to find few players playing in diaspora, playing in WNBA, that have been able to integrate into this current team. So scouting so far has been good. Convincing so far has been good. So we know we have that appeal over there. It's just simple. We also hope the administration will do their job to keep these players happy and keep on providing everything they need to continue this success, because it's all good for basketball fans when you hear, yes, the Tigers are into the World Cup, the back-to-back World Cup. We are turning into a power. You say our youth team is turning into a powerhouse in women's basketball, little by little, and that is what you want here for a country that is very well versed in sports. A country that, when it comes to sports, we have talent all over the world. We have talent in various sports. So just keep on growing that talent and see how the administration do their own part. And I think the players on court will do their own part well.
Okay, so Alex, let's head over to you. I mean, but definitely we have to talk about the fact that this is actually a boost for basketball. We've been having our own turmoils in basketball. We missed the last FIBA World Cup because of the supposed ban we placed on ourselves on basketball by the then Minister of Sports, Sunday Dario, the Ministry of Sports. But now we're back there, and since after that ban has been lifted, the under 18 women, we qualified for the under 18 World Cup. Last time out, didn't cross the group stages. We were trashed in some games, but I mean, the fact that we've been able to build on that and actually qualify again, definitely we have to say that that is progress on its own. And yeah, there might be administrative issues or bottlenecks or constraints or problems when it comes to the NBBF. But I mean, we have to take some positives from what the D Tigresses have done, but also looking at the junior D Tigress and even the main junior D Tigers and even the main D Tigers themselves just narrowly made it to the later stage of the World Cup qualifying, or to the last phase of World Cup qualifying, after they had to, will you say, buckle up and make a push in the last qualification window. But the junior D Tigers in the Afro Basket men's under 18 championship over there in Cote d'Ivoire as well couldn't even make it out of the group stages. So I mean, what could be the problem? The women look like they are getting it right, or looks like we're getting it right with the women. But when it comes to the male teams, both the main male team or the junior male teams, we are struggling to actually make an impression. As much as you might say, oh, progress is happening, but the male teams are not putting up enough. Now, is that as a result of, yeah, that's where your shortcomings are actually being shown, or more quite evident because of there's more competitiveness in the male aspect of things than you will want to say about the female aspect of things when it comes to the sports on the continent?
Yeah, Henry, that was the first place I was headed straight, almost immediately. The first thing that crossed my mind, most of the times when I get to look at the score lines and I see a disappointing game after disappointing game, I would just think, okay, yes, first and foremost, it's about the level of opponents, the quality there. I think I could say that, and at the same time, I can also own up to the fact that it still seems like just a very lousy way to put things, where you know very well that it has not been working out, and you still want to blame it on the competition. Others are improving. Why is your progress hindered? Why are you not also able to improve? Why are you not also able to get to a level of consistent wins to build team spirit that is enough to produce consecutive victories, which of course would definitely lead to your rankings being better, would lead to the entire team playing much better, and just, or in general, just picking up better results, staying longer in tournaments, qualifying for tournaments themselves. It's all down to themselves. It's all down to these players. It's down to the team as a whole. And we could do the chop and change of the men at the helm of affairs in terms of the management, but I still have lots and lots of questions as regards the players and their own ability, because in a situation where I think, yes, it's been tough. It has been a very tough couple of should we say half a decade now, where we understand that, okay, it's not going to be easy. It was never easy, but now I think it's even going to be made more complicated, because everybody is stepping up. Powerhouses that didn't used to exist are stepping up a bit now. Sudan, and the likes of all the tall guys. Sudan went as far as, was that the war? No, that was Olympics.
South Sudan, yeah.
Yeah, South Sudan. Thank you. That was the Olympics, where they got as far as the quarterfinals, where they got removed by the USA. So it just tells you everything about the growing competition. So I think we put ourselves at a disadvantage when we try to say, okay, Nigeria we call ourselves a footballing nation, we call ourselves a track and field nation, and it just feels like that's the end. So I've seen documentaries about why we don't have senior players competing in the likes of maybe tennis, or someone that could hold their grounds in table tennis. There are lots of sports we should also be venturing into and trying to make it, or to stake our claim in them. But at the same time, we have a lot of countries that are specialists in different sports. It's not to say you must be an all-rounder, but I'm just saying, a team that has enough experience as they do, where if we were to bring out the list of the Tigers squad right now, most of them are outside. Almost every single one of them are outside. They're either playing in the Euro League, or a couple of them are in the NBA, or even in the Chinese league. I think Nwora plays for Hapoel Tel Aviv, that competes in the Euro League too. We have a couple in the NBA. So the names that you would end up picking out will tell you you should compete. You should be able to compete. But it has not been that way. And I think it's just mainly down to their inability to progress when the rest of the world, or the rest of the basketballing world, is moving. The powerhouses that you're seeing, you could take it away from even basketball. It's something that I have always said. I've said this for some time now, where I said that growth is a constant, and as long as growth is a constant in sports, you have to know how to keep up, because if you can't keep up, then you're going to be in some serious trouble if you cannot keep up. Okay, let's just start with the WAFCON final is set to take place today. Malawi are debutants. They've gotten to the final, their first edition. This was progress. This was work that was being made on their side. They've not just done it all the way. They've done it formidably. They're averaging, about 2.5 goals per game. They are a team that knows how to score goals. So they've picked themselves up, they've dusted themselves up, and they say, okay, we have to play better. And they're doing just that. We saw Capo Verde at the World Cup. We saw what they could do to teams. The eventual finalists, none of them could beat them in 90 minutes. A team can come out now and say, if it's 5 versus 5 on a basketball court, I will go band to band with you. I'll go hand to hand with you. Why? Because I think it's an open game. I think at the end of the day, it is 5 versus 5. You could buy all the superstars you want. You could have a star-studded a lineup or team sheets. But at the end of the day, it's about the 5 who represent on the court. At the end of the day on football, it's about the 11 who start. You can have every big name that you want in your team sheet, but you still start only 11. And as soon as they realize that it's 11 versus 11, yes, there's a major differential in quality. But we can still come out here in terms of numbers and give ourselves a shot, give ourselves a chance. And I think what I would like to refer to as the smaller nations have realized that the nations that didn't used to compete the way they are currently doing have realized that. And they took it one step further by not just realizing, but by also following up on the plan or on the idea. They've said, okay, we've identified the fact that it is their talents versus ours. Yes, they look more talented. Yes, they are the favorites on paper. But what can we do to level the playing ground? And then they took it up a notch. You would see their intensity in matches. You would see their strategy, their tactics. I've watched a couple of disappointing closeouts to the Tigers games. I have been able to see highlights for the under 18s of the Tigers too, and it just goes to show that okay, there is some serious competition, but how well are you able to compete with these teams? Because it goes way more than just shooting the ball into the basket. It's also about how you manage the entire team. If is someone in foul trouble, are you going to manage his minutes? When is he available to play on the court? When do you withdraw him or sit him for a while? When do you call the appropriate timeouts? Are you down by 7 and you need something to give the team a little bit of a boost and you're holding the timeout sequence you probably should have called since? Those are the questions at the end of the day. And I think they've not been able to answer them, because when they are able to answer them, you properly compete. These teams are able to compete. They could be 5 down and they will throw on their main players. They'll make or construct some very, very intelligent plays. And the next thing you know, they are down by 1, they're down by 2, and it's still a couple more seconds to go, which, of course, in basketball terms, every second counts. So you have to step up. You have to step up. You call yourself a power weight or a powerhouse. You just have to step up. There's no other way around it. When you see that, okay, yes, the ground has been leveled, your favorites, but you yourself, you know, going into that game, it's already going to be a tough one. So your favorites only on paper. That's just about it. Your favorites only on paper. It's now about your ability to say, okay, how am I going to be able to take this game to them, to my opponents? How am I going to show or maintain a very good lead, a lead that you acquired early on ahead of it? And they've not been able to do that. Yes, so yes, Henry, the competition has been there in terms of their opponents and everybody getting better, and the entire teams now realizing that as long as it's 5 versus 5 on the court, we'll compete. But at the same time, you also have a duty to improve, to get better. Because when you're just stagnant while everyone else is improving, then you're bound to be at the bottom at the end of the day.
Okay, so when you are stagnant, everybody keeps on improving, you are bound to be at the bottom. That's according to Alex Kabari. Well, the D Tigers or Junior D Tigers are through to the final where they'll take on Mali today, and they have qualified for the FIFA Under-18 Women's World Cup. The Junior D Tigers didn't make it out of the group stages, but Ovie, can they beat Mali? I mean, last time they were trashed, but it was a 23-point gap, if memory serves me right, from the last game, or from the last final, last time, 2 years ago in Pretoria. Now, Mali are the most dominant team in this competition, 9 gold medals and 2 silver medals. We have only 2 silver medals. Can we? Do they have it within themselves? Because you're looking at Mali's performances so far in this competition. Mali beat Benin 124 to 20 points. They beat Morocco 103 to 30 points. Beat Egypt 62 to 57 points. They trashed Kenya by 93 to 22 points in their own quarterfinal game before they Yeah, like they did beat Egypt 57 to 55 points in the semi-final as well after beating Egypt earlier in the group stages. Then you now had a situation of Nigeria 54 to 50. They beat Tunisia. They lost to Senegal by 70 to 40 points, and they did defeat Cameroon by 75 to 74 points, um, and they then again beat Cameroon 75 to 45 points before edging Ivory Coast in the semi-final. We saw Mali carrying out or actually putting some blowouts there actually in their own course to actually make it to the finals. We're in the final, had some good games, but more tightly contested games. Although some would say we faced tougher opponents. We had to face more basketballing nations. We had to face Tunisia. We had to face Senegal. We had to face Cameroon. And we
Well,
had to face Ivory Coast. They faced Egypt, and that was pretty much it for
well,
them.
well, you won't grow if you keep on facing opponents that you're weaker than, opponents that you're stronger than. So, for growth, you need someone that challenges you, someone that you know, yes, if I play this person, I know, yes, it's much of a challenge because in defeat you also learn and you become better. As you said, we're facing the reigning champions when it comes to this age bracket of the Afro Baskets. 9-time champions, 2-time silver medalists. The last time we played them in 2024 final, they beat us 76 to 56. So, uh, uh, call it a revenge match if you want it. Us, we finished back to back. This could be the first time we could add gold to our name. I won't say it's going to be easy, but it's something doable, it's something possible. I think the girls, they've shown how they've improved leaps and bounds so far. So I won't be surprised if they do get that win, but they will need the focus and they will need to make sure they play their game right, get the game plan right. What is the game plan? Is it going to be um, something that you're shooting from outside? Are you going to are you going to try and run the paint? Are you trying to run the pick and roll? It's to see how they improve. Yeah, at least they've already qualified for, I think the minimum was to qualify for the World Cup. They've done that. Now it's to see how they can push better and claim that gold. Mali, as we've said, is tough, but also we've got the women, Favor Anari, Favor Anari, Nima, Oluwatobiloba, Bisola, names that have been dominant across this campaign. Favor Anari, 15 points, 4 assists, and 6 steals in the semi-final win that we had over Cote d'Ivoire as well. Oluwatobiloba, 3 of 4-3 that she shot in the semi-final as well too. Scored 13 points against Senegal. Nima, 12 boards against Cote d'Ivoire. Zainab, one of the best forwards that we have, 10 rebounds, 6 rebounds, 4 assists in the semi-final that we had against Cote d'Ivoire as well too. So we've got good rotation players, we've got key players as well too. It's just to see how they translate that onto the court. As you said, they face the tougher opponents, but it's all be for none if you can't beat the big boss in front of you. That's the main scope. As long as you can beat the big boy in front of you, can beat the big man in front of you, you set a mark on your name. But so far so good. I think I'm actually satisfied with what they've done on the court. I'm satisfied with what they've done on the court. The growth from the women, the coach Peter Luashin has done well guiding these girls all the way to the final in this campaign. If they don't get that the crown, the gold medal, it still won't seem as a loss because it's for us to build on that. Basketball in Africa is also growing as well. It's not just the football in Africa that is growing. As we saw South Sudan getting on the way to the semi-finals in the Olympics and crashing out to the United States. See, we know Egypt, Tunisia when it comes to basketball in nations for the men. So Mali, Cameroon. Sports is growing in Africa. Everyone knows that this is a good avenue to make a name for themselves, to put food on their table. So everyone isn't just playing for playing sake. Everyone is playing with as if their life is on the line. And the girls, they know this is a chance for them to see how they can get that call up into the the senior women's team and try building up for the next World Cup. So I'm just expecting a good game from them, expecting to see how they've learnt from the tough opponents they faced so far to face the big boys in Mali. And hopefully we can get that revenge. You look at the last match that we had against them 2 years ago in 2024. 76 to 56. A 20-point difference, a 20-point gap is very, very big in basketball, but it can also be very small depending on how well you play your game. We've seen people go on 20-0 runs and able to close gap. We've seen teams come from a 20 to nothing and still come back to still win that match. We've seen teams change things in just 12 minutes, in just a quarter. So anything can happen in basketball, as my colleague Alex said. Every second counts. So let's see how the girls use every second and translate everything they've learned, all the opponents they've faced so far, into victory or onto progress on the court.
Okay, so we wait to see what happens in the final today when they do take on their Malian counterparts. But from there, let's head over to talk about the senior women's national team, the D Tigers. Yes, the D Tigers, they are done with their tour of China. They did claim an 88 to 77 point victory over China in the last game of the triple. So you might say triple threat match, but it's just a friendly, or they're just friendlies in Foshan on Wednesday. Yeah, Elizabeth Balogun led Nigeria scoring with 26 points, while Grace Efusa added 19 as the Tigers responded strongly after losing the opening two games of the series by 70 to 67 and 69 to 65 points. The final victory also provided head coach Rana Wakama with another opportunity to assess her squad against quality opposition ahead of the World Cup. Now, let's start from the tournament in China. I'm starting off with you, Ovie Steele. I mean, lost the first two games, about 2-3 points in the first two games. In the first game, it was 3 points. In the second game, it was 4 points. But when they finally got their victory, it was an 11-point victory for the D Tigers. I want to say steady progress, and especially when you look at the roster, a lot of the regulars were there, although Amy didn't play, maybe because of the fact that she was trying to get a deal. But we've also seen them. It all started with the USA NCAA tour and all that stuff, where they played some WNBA teams and all that stuff. But there's been that push to actually integrate some of the young bloods into the team and still blending the old players, while also hoping that in Berlin we can make a push and do better than we did the last time we were at the World Cup. We reached the quarterfinal of the World Cup the last time we were there. Then at the last Olympics, we reached the quarterfinal, being the first African side, both male or female, to actually make it to the quarterfinal of the Olympic Games. But so far, so good. What's your take on the China tour for the D Tigers?
I'll say this tour has been enlightening, all the way from the tour that we had against the WNB teams, the Minnesota Lynx, the LA Sparks, the Indiana Fever. We played against the top teams in the NBA and against top players in the NBA. What better way to improve yourself? And you have to look at China as well too. They are both us in the rankings when it comes to women's basketball. And one win out of three, I don't think it's actually bad. I don't think it's actually bad.
Knowing that the other two losses were actually very close
we're
calls.
very, very close. We're very, very close. So the first one close, the second one they closed the gap, and then as you say, third time's the charm. They were able to get the win, and we saw that progress from Reina and the girls. You say Amy didn't play, but we had Promise there, we had Izini, we had Balogun. Still the core of the team still there, and it's what you want to get heading into the World Cup, the FIBA Women's World Cup. That's what you want to get, the core of the team. We talked about integrating the young blood with the OGs, and we've already talked about, as you see the difference between the you want to talk about the inclusion of the players from diaspora. Very, very different from what we have in the junior D Tigers. Many of our players are from the diaspora. Okonkwo, Kalu, Balogun, Musa. Girls that play in the WNBA, they play in Turkey, some of them in the Euro League, some of them in France as well too. Amu Kamara as well too in the United States. So we've got the players, and we know there's a body to get these girls from the diaspora, and we've seen how they've been able to integrate themselves into the team. That's the Nigerian culture, the Tigers culture. They've carried it on multiple times, 7-time champions on the continent, 5 times back to back to back to back. It's not easy to do that, especially with a core so strong like this. It shows you the progress that we are making, the steady progress, and what we should be looking at is the next stage. It's just like how we should be talking about the Super Falcons, 10-time African champions. At the point we should be looking past the WAFCON. Not like we are bigger than the WAFCON, but we should be looking at what we should be doing on the big stage. And I think that's it for the Tigers. They are not underestimating their opponents, and they are not being lackluster. They've got a good coach in Rena. We've seen her in the WNBA. We've seen her in the WNBA. We've seen her with the Tigers, the trophy she's won. And so far, I think the management for the Tigers, it has not been okay. It has not been well, but I think the girls have been able to cover the blemishes of Musa Kida and the rest. They've been able to cover up for them. At least so far so good. Musa Kida and the board have been able to do this tour. I think that is the apart from what's happening in the NBBF with the whole politics and all, and them thinking of removing him and all. I think so far so good. This tour has been the best thing that happened to the Tigers heading into one of the biggest tournaments in women's basketball, the FIBA Women's World Cup. So it's to see what Rena Wakama and the girls can do on the big stage. 3 games against China. They're still going to play 1 or 2 games before they start their World Cup campaign. But so far, so I think in their group they have Australia as well too. They've got Australia in that group. They've got China as well in that group as well too. So they've already got a feel for their opponents, as well as their opponents have also gotten a feel for them. So it's going to be playing someone really, really familiar when they head into their group stages, and hopefully they've learned from it. 2 wins or 2 losses to 1 win, you can build on that. When we when we play against China in the group stage, we want to convert that into a win. Let's see how Rena Wakama and the girls have improved from this stop, because it's not easy playing top teams in the WNBA, probably the best teams in the world: Lynx, Indiana Fever, the LA Sparks. It's not easy playing these girls, and you say you don't gain something positive from this encounter. So it's to see how they translate that onto the court, onto the instructions. Rena also as well. So I think she started coaching in the WNBA. So let's see how she translates that into positive reaction on the court. And for the diaspora players, we love seeing them. As I said, they've been the backbone for the Tigers. They've been the backbone when it comes to acquiring NCAA players. The federation has leaned into it very well. I think we'll be able to acquire 2 or 3 heading into this Women's World Cup. So it's something that we've built the Tigers around. Not like our local players aren't good, but as we always know, sports shift. It's not like in the early days where we had the bunch of the team local players or Nigerian or Nigerian born players. Now same thing with the Super Eagles, same thing with many sports. We are even seeing in athletics too as well. We've already seen 2 athletes, they've already switched allegiance from other countries to play to run for Nigeria. I think we had Orji. Jessica Oji, the short put, switching allegiance, I think from US to Nigeria. So Nigeria is getting its appeal back, and I think when it comes to the sports in general, when it comes to our athletes and their performance, it's not bad. I think the only downside is just the behind the scenes. I think that's the only part that we need to look at. Now, heading into this FIBA Women's World Cup, well, we don't want to start talking about wages. We don't start talking about bonuses. We don't start talking about we have not been paid enough. We don't like to hear this news. We saw it during the women's WAFCON. At a point, the player said, I think that was against, I think that was before their second game. After they lost to Malawi, I think that was before the second game against Zambia, and they were complaining about bonuses not being paid. We don't want to hear this issue on the court when the games does begin. It causes distraction, and so puts into the mind of the players and also the fans are like that. If they have a bad performance, you can you can blame it on, yes, we're not getting paid. Some people will still say you're still on the court, you should still at least still play your hearts out, even if you're not getting the bonuses. Now it's all be resolved. But as we were talking about it yesterday, I don't think someone that has not been paid for months will be working with so much vigor and enthusiasm coming to work. So it's to see how these issues are being resolved before the World Cup starts in a few days' time, and to see what the women would do when they step onto the court.
Well, you might talk about the bonuses not being paid, but one thing is sure about these girls, Alex, is the fact that they have a lot of drive about them and hunger to actually do well together as a unit on the world stage as well. But I mean, the preparation so far so good. It's looked quite good, and it looks like it's putting them in a good stead. Now, do you think they can actually make a splash in the World Cup like what we saw in the Olympic Games?
Well, I think just given their preparation and everything, my answer to that would definitely be a yes, Henry. Just to put it simple and very plain, I think my answer would definitely be a yes. They have shown that they are ready to compete, and I think a good part of competing is the preparation. And I think it's an aspect that has been very underrated too, because if we look at part of the reason why a lot of Nigerians have felt screwed over by the Super Falcons, their inability to make the World Cup, at least get to a semi-final and then also go ahead to lose the playoffs, was the preparation. But we've shouted about that for the longest possible time too, where we had Morocco fixed friendlies versus the likes of Brazil and US women's team, and we had the Super Falcons, just playing one or two games, and we want to call that readiness. It is not. It does not build team chemistry. It does not help in how you want to progress. And just still sticking with the women's side, you take it away from football into basketball. The ladies are a bit more prepared. They were in USA for a couple of friendly games, which they played against the WNBA sides as part of their as part of the WNBA teams and their preseason schedule. And for the Tigers, it served as a way of just getting up to speed, building team chemistry, and of course checking your hands too. If you want to come up against formidable teams like USA, like Germany or France, you want to see how good they are, or how you could compare to them, which is the basis of those kind of matches. You don't want to play against slack-offs. You want to be able to compete against the very best and to see, okay, yes, this is what I learned from taking on a WNBA side. How well suited do you think I am when it has to do with potentially playing against any of the top ranked sides, and I think that is what Ren and Wakama would have been thinking when those friendlies were organized and when the girls went on to compete in those friendlies. So just on a very, very plain note, I think they've been well prepared. They've been prepared. They've played preparatory games. The rest now is up to what they do in their training ground. What do you do when it's time to, prepare officially right before the games commence? It's all down to you, your ability to also go back to your drawing board and just see what's the possibility that you can get something done, individually within your team. Okay, can you construct plays? Can you find out a way to pass information that gives you the upper hand against opponents? Anything, basically anything. Like I said, and Ovie reiterated, it's a basketball game, so every single action, moment, second, millisecond too. It all counts. It all counts for nuts, especially when it's a tough game. How are you going to navigate it? It's a game where you might need a game-winning shot. It's a game where you might need a game-winning stop too, for when you're already in the lead. So it's all down to your ability to prepare your team in case of those situations occurring. It's about your ability to handle that team with the experience that is necessary to compete properly and prepare adequately for those situations, because they are bound to happen. It's basketball. You can never tell exactly how it's going to go, but those situations are bound to happen. You're going to prepare for it. It's almost like saying we are playing a qualification match and we don't want it to go to penalties. But if it does go to penalties, if it does go all the way, we also need to get ready for it. How well is your team shooting? What exactly is the plan like? Are you going to adopt a game style where today you'd rely on your 3-point shooting ability from range? Is it going to be the playing style where you'd rely on an extra big woman in the paint to be able to get more of the buckets there too? So it's all down to the team. Or you have played matches, you've tested your hand, you've seen, okay, this is what we can work on ahead of time. This is a point or a place where we can improve, and you're telling yourself, okay, yes, we can definitely get up to speed. But then at the end of the day, you also have to go back and do your homework. You would be in class, you get tested, you would be given some sort of test, some sort of classwork. It's all back down to you. Now, when you go back home, have you observed or at least determined the places you've not done very well in, to be able to give you that edge where you're doing something yourself? So I just think it's really, really down to what Reno has been able to note from the team. Oh, the team needs this, the team excels in this regard, and all of that. And I think at the end of the day, that is what is going to give you the upper hand in those tight matches, like I did point out. So it's crucial. It's very essential for these girls right now that they have played and they've gotten that experience, and now it's all about the inside work. I would like to see what they do in training and the situations they are preparing for, because I think if you put all those facts in and you confirm everything, then it looks like you've given yourself the best possible chance of doing very well at the FIBA World Cup.
Okay, well, the D Tigers will be playing Belgium and Spain when they do land in Tenerife. They should be in Tenerife by now. They will off to Spain after the tour in China. Then they will head over to the World Cup to play France, South Korea, and Hungary in the group stages. Their first game is on September 4th. 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. Phone line is open for you to call in and share your thoughts on what we've discussed, the Junior D Tigers and the Junior D Tigresses. And we also talked about the main team, the D Tigresses, or the D Tigress of Nigeria, as they prepare for the FIBA Women's World Cup over there in Berlin, Germany. A 3-game tour of China. They did lose 2, but won the last one against their Chinese opponent. 0810-951-0951. Community Shield is going to kick off in about 57 minutes time, so we'll be giving you the starting lineup from that game shortly. And this one from the WhatsApp portal says, my name is Biggie from Port Harcourt, and you're right, we have good athletes in Nigeria, but it's time to start looking for a way to put them in those competitive sports they should be in. Thank you so much for your thoughts, dear Biggie. Great to have your thoughts and get to hear them on the show this afternoon. 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. For the phone line, you can call in and talk about the Junior D Tigress, the D Tigress themselves, and also why we're having these issues as regards the male teams not performing well enough, but we have the female teams performing well enough. And you can also send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal, and that one is 0701 933 9962. You want to
I think for the women and the male and the men team not performing, I think it's just about the men's team. How, as we say in football,
there's not enough drive.
No. I would say there isn't enough drive. I think they do have the drive, especially now with the new coach that we've gotten, and the player that we've had over time. I won't say it's about drive. I say it's about competition in Africa. It's more, and it's likewise in football too. At a point, when it came to the AFCON, Egypt were dominating until the competition caught up with them, and now they faded out. It came time for Nigeria, came the time for the rest and all. But since then, we've not had a dominant team in Africa. Yes, Morocco might be the leading. Might be the leading.
But not that they are the dominant team.
Yes, but they are not the dominant team. In the women's side, it is the Super Falcons. They are the dominant side. You have to look at only 3 people have now. We're going to have 4 teams that have ever won the WAFCON. Equatorial Guinea, Nigeria, South Africa, and now it's either going to be Malawi or is it Cameroon. The Super Falcons have been the dominant side. The same thing Egypt did. That is with those 7 and the rest. That is the same thing the Super Falcons did 10. Now the competition has caught up with them. Let's see if they can keep that dominance so far going forward. The women's side in basketball, we are the dominant side. 7 titles, currently 5 back to back. We've shown dominance. Now, can the other teams catch up with us? That is now the issue. Can they catch up with us, or will we pull ahead of them with more titles before they can catch up? The men's side, the competition has always been there from the beginning. Cameroon, Sudan are just popping up now.
I mean, we won our first AfroBasket and only AfroBasket title in 2015 under William Voigt, the then coach. Yeah, you remember?
So the basketball has always been leveled in the men's side of things. We've not had a very, very dominant team just take the reins and dictate how basketball should be for a decade or for a decade or so. Like we've had the WAFCON and the Super Falcons do, like we've had the Pharaohs of Egypt do in the AFCON. We've not had a team like that. We've had the Tigers do. We've not had a team like that. At a point in time, the under 17, we were the force to be reckoned with in the in football, the under 17. But now we've lost that dominance, and teams are catching up. Countries are catching up with us. So I think for now, the men is to. It's going to be hard to get that dominant force because it's going to take building. It's going to take a lot of work, not just on the front line, but also behind the scenes, the federation, the administration. It's going to take a lot of work in the scouting, in the kits, in how they pay these players, in how they play these players, how they treat these players, in how they acquire these players, in the right coach, the right movement, the right tactics, and all, before we can get that dominance in basketball. But I say for now, what we can just do is match up and try and surpass the level that we are on now, because for now it's just the teams trying to get a feel of each other. Who is going to reign king at this point? We're just playing king of the mountain in basketball. King of the mountain. Let's see if you can knock down the man at the top. If you're able to knock down the man at the top, you're king. And if you're able to knock, or if you don't knock him down, he stays king for another 4 years, for another 2 years, again till another person comes in and vies for that spot. But for now, we've not had someone that we see in basketball, in men's basketball, that can dominate over a decade. So I think for Nigeria, the Tigers just have stiffer competition. But I won't say they've lost drive. I won't say they've lost the drive. The drive is still there. The drive is still there. The improvement is still there, but we still need more to get that edge. I think for me, that's just what I just see the difference in the men's side and the women's side. And I just hope for the women, this dominance continues for a decade or more.
Okay, well, let's wait and see if the dominance can and will continue. The men can also get their own period of dominance. 0810-951-0951. SMS and WhatsApp portal 0701-933-9962. And from there, let's head over to the tennis court to talk tennis. Yes, let's head over to tennis as we'll be starting off with the Cincinnati Open over there. The US Open is almost upon us. It is almost there. We are almost there. Yes. Well, the competition will be beginning later on next month. And Novak Djokovic is out of the Cincinnati Open. Alex, he lost to Thiago Tirante. And some will say maybe the heat was a major factor. The man lost 2-6, 6-4, 6-4 to a young Tirante. I mean, probably at that point where we have to say Novak just play for the fun of it. There's no need probably looking for the record 25th Grand Slam and all that stuff. Just play for the fun of it because you can't even compete. And we see you play against opponents that normally you would have dispatched easily even about 2 years ago. But you're struggling with the last 1 year plus. You've been struggling against opponents of that caliber, of that man. Tirante is not even a name to be reckoned with. And Novak just couldn't cope. Although some are saying the heat also played a major factor in what happened to Novak. That was yesterday. But I mean, things are heating up and gearing up ahead of the US Open. And the Cincinnati Masters is currently going on. Novak, is this the telling sign, or is this the sign like, man, just call it quits? Just call it quits.
Henry, there has been a pattern when it has to do with Nole and his preparations for tournaments, to be precise. Nole has not taken tournaments like the ATPs too seriously, knowing his body's capacity. I want to see.
But the man looked so disappointed. He looked so disappointed yesterday.
I do understand what that defeat against Tirante would have done to him. I think the last time I checked, Tirante was ranked just outside the top 30. He probably would and should have moved up. I will confirm on that one too. But for Novak himself, I'm just trying to say, in five setters, which is where you'd expect him to burn more energy, it looks like that's where he picks up a little bit more steam, or he's able to propel himself even better than what you expected. It will be disappointing to him, particularly after picking up the first set and picking it up impressively. So it's like a comeback win, but a very poor one, because a 6-2 scoreline in the first set should tell you that this is about to be done. This game is about to be finished. Going into the second set, you expect Nole to kill it off, but to allow the momentum of the Argentine to pick up and to be able to come back into the game just spells doom for you. Now, I just want to ask, because if Nole picks up the first set and goes on to lose sets 2 and set 3 in a 5-setter, does Nole lose the 4th set? I don't really think he does. Which is why I say I think he manages his conditions better for the Grand Slams instead of the ATP tournaments. There's no question, or should I say doubt, when it has to do with Nole's ability once he gets to Grand Slams. The last 7 Grand Slams he's appeared in. The last 8 he's appeared in 7 consecutive semi-finals. He's a 38 or 39-year-old? And he's still continuing to play or perform at that level, particularly in Grand Slams. It just tells you everything that you need to know about the man himself, Nole. I mean, it tells you his strategy to start with. It tells you his strategy and the competition or the tournaments that he finds more valuable than the others. A lot of people say, yes, you're going to play or want to play better, particularly when it has to do with these tournaments, to make sure or to ensure your chances of victory, to ensure your chances of also progressing, even if it's not a win, to be precise. You just want to make sure that you can also increase your rankings, on the ATP ranking scheme or board. You just want to make sure that, okay, yes, I want to increase my rankings. I want to play better conductively, and I just want to see how I can do, maybe way better than I did before. And just January to March, you give yourself a timeline. April to, you just divide it into the 4 quarters of the year, as we know, and you say, okay, how did I do in my first quarter versus my second quarter? What was my point ranking? Were there movements around my point ranking too? Those are the questions that you're going to want to ask yourself to know if you're indeed doing a good job. For Nole, it is not that way. Nole could be 10th. Nole could be out of the top 10. He could be out of the top 20. And as long as he's still going as far as he's doing in the Grand Slams, he's very okay with it. He's happy with it. As long as all he has to do is still win the Grand Slams, because those are his focus. He's not been able to win one, but he's been in and around there. And if anything, the start of the year, the Australian Open would have told him, okay, you stand a good chance. The Roland Garros, after crashing out to Hal Fonseca, was his only default in the last 8 tournaments that I did note. And then, of course, the Wimbledon, where he also got to the semi-final yet again, crashed out to Yannick. So it's just like, okay, in a situation where maybe Yannick is not around and Carlos has been injured for months, there is probably only going to be a Sasha Zverev in your way to picking up number 25. And I know that is what he has his eyes set on. It's very, very obvious, because where you're saying take the rest of the ATP points away, or take the rest of the ATP competitions away, and just give me the opportunity to, to compete adequately for the Grand Slams. If that is an option on the table, then you know that Novak is definitely going to go for that. So I would say it's a strategy that has worked for him. It keeps him in shape, it keeps him ready and fit enough to play 5-setters when required to. Or at the most, be able to understand it's a 5-setter and kill the game off in time, and also have enough time to recuperate and go again, because that's the most important part of tournament football. So I would say it's all part of what Novak thinks in his head. It's like a strategy. It's disappointing, but at the same time, it's a strategy. At the Wimbledon, which is the last major Grand Slam that he played, you would not really call anybody and say, okay, this was a trying matchup or contest when it has to do with Nole and his games, the games he played or he featured in at the Wimbledon. So other than Yannick Sinner, there was no one else that you'd look at and say this was a pretty tough game for me. Yannick Sinner was just straight above his level, and it was how do we put it? It was a sweep, basically a sweep, 3-0 on sets. It was just straight up a beating all the way. So I think it just has to do with one, Novak's mindset. What is he thinking next? What are his priorities? Is he going to prioritize what matters to him right now? Or is he going to go for the continuous build up in ranking points? Is he going to be able to see how he can acquire and to just keep going up in points too, which is also crucial to some players. But like I mentioned, Nole is not one of those players who has those in mind. As long as he has sight of the Grand Slams, as long as he does not have to put himself through any more vigorous activity by preparing for those tournaments and qualifiers, as long as he is guaranteed a place there too, or even a potential wildcard situations for when he has dropped effectively out of the rankings, the top rankings that get automatic slots, then it is all down to him to now say, okay, do I raise my levels? Do I stop playing? But right now, I just think Nole is almost well suited or better suited for the Grand Slams, to be precise. And I think those are the main things on his mind. So as much as this was disappointing, to lose any game is always going to be disappointing, much less an ATP 1000. You also be asking or telling yourself that there's a huge chance that I'll still go to a Grand Slam, and a Carlos that he has not yet marked his return yet, but a Carlos that is going to be seen looking a little bit rough back on the court, or even a Yannick Sinner too, you're going to be saying, okay, I will still fancy my chances. Let me get into the best possible shape, make sure I'm around or available for this Grand Slam, and just see how it goes. So disappointing loss, but in the grand scheme of things, I still think Noli has what it takes when he has to do with those fast-paced five-setter matches to be able to still make a semi-final like he has always been among the final four, and then see if he can take it a step further to the final two, and then possibly number 25.
And Ovie, let's head over to another man. That was Sasha. Sasha, earlier as of this morning, actually defeating Cameron Norrie. Lost the first set 6-3, but rallied back to actually get the second and third set. But that's one thing, or there's something people have actually complained about that particular game, was the fact that it went late into the night. And it's one of the things people have been complaining about tennis of recent. Too many tournaments and too many games stretching on for too many hours, and it's sort of in a way draining these players and not giving them enough time to recuperate and rest, and that's a problem. And we saw it again with Sasha and Cameron Norrie when they actually got to face each other now, and there are fears that this could actually take a toll, especially with the US Open just around the corner, in a way affect his game. The man is still in a way reeling from that loss to Yannick Sinner in the Wimbledon final, and you now have to put your body through this sort of grueling conditions when mentally you're also trying to get yourself back on track. Because I cannot forget the press conference after the final. He was like, he just doesn't know, something just isn't right. And when mentally he's still trying to grasp with things, you still put his body through this sort of conditions. I mean, doesn't it affect the player's performance? Or you think, he's a top pro, he's a tennis player, he's a professional, like Sasha should be able to get this one and sweep it under the carpet and just forge on ahead?
Well, some will say he's a professional, should be able to handle it, but then again, the man is still, he's still human. That's it, and the toll it takes on your body. There's no how you're going to be working overtime and drained mentally and physically. I remember coming to the studio yesterday, the stress, and no, I didn't sleep for started doing the show. After I was done with the show, the stress mentally, physically, it might went to my different waste time. Just hopped on the bed and slept off. And imagine an athlete that he's now using his whole body, moving from left to right to front, still has to also think about the opponent's next move. So the toll on his body, and you want to go into rest into the night and know how tennis matches are. Before you know, you're playing this night. Before you know, your next match might be the next evening. That's how some tennis matches are. We have some basketball matches. You can see some NBA players in a week. They might have 4 matches that week, and some of them might even be two on the road. Some of them, if they are lucky, they might have 1 road game and then the remaining 3 home games. So they totally takes on your body traveling, totally takes on your body going night to night, back to back nights as well too. So it's not easy. You need to rest. You need to recuperate, and I think that's something that the Tennis Players Association has been trying to call. If you can't reduce the games, increase the money. That's what they are doing. That's what they're trying to increase the money. I think they tried to do that for the Wimbledon. They increased the Wimbledon money, but they said they were not satisfied with the percentage in which they increased the Wimbledon money. They did not meet their requirements. And now we're heading into the US Open. Still the same thing. We've already had many opponents already pull out of the US Open. We might see Djokovic. We don't know if Carlos Alcaraz is going to make it. We don't know if Sinner is going to make it. Djokovic, yes, you might say he's just taking his time to just bide. He's just biding his time, trying to just participate in just the Grand Slams. Not really much to write him about in his last match, and at the Cincinnati Open, crash out immediately. He's going to be heading to a big tournament like the US Open. Can he match up to the extreme lengths of a 5-set? And we saw how a 5-set affected him in his last Grand Slam. The man played back-to-back 5 sets and then had to face the inevitable Yannick Sinner, and he didn't last. He didn't even get 1 set. So that's just how it is for even the younger ones. Zverev is not quite young, but Charles Zverev, especially after getting the Roland Garros, has been in and around that corner knocking on the door for a second Grand Slam and coming back from a set down to beat Cameron Norris 6-3, 6-3. It's not quite easy. That's why some advise the players to try and finish the match as early as possible, especially if you know your next opponent is someone that could take you that length. Now his next opponent is going to be Atmani, and Atmani is like a wild card. Atmani can go the length with you, can frustrate you. So we know Shasa is not like the Alcaraz, and it's not like the Sina that when it comes to dispatching opponents quickly, they really know how to do that and dispatch their opponents quickly in straight sets to try and conserve their energy, and that's what makes them very dangerous. Because when you face them, you're facing someone that is playing at 90% while you're playing at 70, playing at 50, because he's been able to conserve his energy, and sometimes it creates an unfair advantage, especially when you're an older opponent facing someone that is a young blood. Your experience has to come into play, and sometimes experience just can't cover up for the gap in explosiveness, can't just cover up for the gap that the youth provides. So I'll say the solution is simple. It's to try and revise the calendar. I think we've been talking about that since the start of the season. Try and revise the calendar. The ATP, I would say the tennis association have been trying to make it. I think they've said you can participate in a few Grand Slams. You can participate in a few tours. I think maybe they should try and reduce it as well too. I think they've said the penalty is going to affect points, but at some points players aren't going to care about the ranking points again, and it's just going to be about, let me just get the Grand Slams. If I can play in this one, I can play in this one. We saw Carlos Alcaraz before his injury, the man playing in back to back tours, trying to gather those points. I think maybe to try and become number one once again. Same thing with Iga. Same thing with Naomi. Same thing with Sabalenka and the rest. So the pressure keeps on piling, the stress keeps on piling, and if the calendar is not revised for next year, I think we are still going to have lots of burnouts. Just have to take the weather into consideration. You're playing in somewhere like the US, and you know how hot the weather can get, or how hot the temperature can get at a point in time. And at a point, we had Yannick throwing up. Was it Roland Garros? We had Yannick throwing up. So the toll it takes on your body, on your body, and then calling out timeouts, postponing matches, and postponing matches. And all. Sometimes an athlete might not want to forfeit the match because he knows, let me just get through this match, and we'll see how I rough it out in the next match. And I think the umpire should be able to know when to call it quits, when to, okay, this match should be suspended, go for a break, and no. But I think for now, it should be revising the calendar. That should be the top priority for the tennis federation.
Okay, for now it's about revising the calendar according to Ovie Wallace. But let's head over to those guys, Carlos and Yannick. Should we actually be scared that they won't be making the US Open?
It's terrifying to think that, first of all, for Carlos, I think Carlos has to be the center of discussion when he has to do with missing another Grand Slam, because you pick up the Australian Open at the start of the year, you go ahead to compete in ATP 1000s, which, fair enough to the Italian, Yannick Sinner dominated and won, I think, 6 or 7 straight 1000s. But you go ahead to compete in each and every one of them right until the that was mid-April when he picked up that injury, and then missed Roland Garros shortly after, in preparation for the clay season. Of course, I think that was in Madrid, thereabouts, one of the ATP 1000. So I think it's a bigger issue for Carlos not being able to get fit and ready to play 3 Grand Slams after picking up the first one of the year. It's a bad reflection on what we have been talking about when we talk about the scheduling and how much of matches are still there to play. There looks like there are a lot of games that are supposed to be played that have not been shifted or rescheduled well to allow these players to have a better playing schedule or a better playing time. I just think it's all down to the tennis federation to be able to fix that, because I think above everything it has a bad outlook on them, the matches that they are about to play. Like Carlos, we saw Carlos lose his number one spot. The only way Carlos could win back that number one spot was if he went ahead to compete in more tournaments, which is why I was making that point with Noli, because I said with Noli it doesn't really matter. He just wants to stay fit enough for the Grand Slams and to be in those areas where he can compete in Grand Slam tournaments. Now, when it has to do with the rest of the top 10, everybody wants to keep their spot. Everybody wants to go a place or two up or better their spots. Part of the reason why Felix Auger-Aliassime rose up to fourth spot was because of the massive injuries that occurred to the top 10. It wasn't because of a dip in playing. Yes, the dip was part of it, but a huge part was just because of the injuries. The fact that Holger Rune was not fit to play. His fellow Norwegian Kasper Ruud too was also not fit to play. We had injury scares for Ben Shelton and Taylor Fritz, who were also in the top 10, and it all just contributed. It just helped to give him that time to keep gradually step up where others are not playing enough matches or are not able to add to their ranking points, and you're just able to pick up and just keep picking up where everyone else is barely playing. It's a huge advantage. It's a huge advantage, and I think the players are aware of it. So it almost feels like every game is compulsory. Every game has an extra advantage to it where you want to make sure that you will play. And you must play this game. Why? Because you want to keep your ranking points. You want to defend your position on the table. Like I said, Carlos had just lost after Yannick won the very first ATP 1000, or was that the second ATP 1000 of the year? And Carlos had lost his first place spot and was looking to regain it back. But in doing so, it was always going to be a difficult ask, just because you have to be fit enough to play it. And that was where the injuries came from, because he kept playing and playing. We said the same thing with Carlos, although his crash at the Roland Garros was due to the heat and the weather conditions. But we've said the same thing, or we've centered that around the same thing, where it has to do with playing too many games, playing 7 straight ATP 1000s. What is your fitness level? How are you going to perform? How are you going to play? Or can you still compete and play well when you're called upon in the Grand Slams, which of course are the big occasions? So it's all down to that, and I think when it has to do with the players themselves, it's questionable, because nobody is 100% sure of their fitness levels. So it's a huge miss if Carlos cannot make that plane to USA right at the end of this month. It's going to be a huge miss. And at the same time, Yannick too is looking very, very troubling. So it looks like a very worrying season for the ATP tournament. And I think, if anything, where number one and number two misses out on a Grand Slam should tell you how you should go about rearranging and scheduling things to make it a little bit better, because these players at the end of the day have called out and cried out for a more favorable schedule so that they can actually compete. So it's a bad outlook, Henry. That's my take on it. I think it's a bad outlook on what the ATP is currently doing. But at the same time, I'll just say that they can fix things, and you would also be hoping to possibly or potentially see Yannick and Carlos still making it in time for the US Open. At least you'd love to see that one. So we hope they'll be there. But if they aren't, it's a reflection of everything the players have cried out for within the last year.
Okay, yes, we are still talking about tennis here on today's Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station today, 95.1 FM. You're still listening to the voice of Harry Ogugu. I have Alex Kabari and Ovia Wallace here with me in the studio. And we have about 25 minutes till the community shield actually starts. The starting lineups are out. We get Ellen Broad Haaland again with his long golden, no, it's not golden blonde, but with his long blonde hair. Yeah, so definitely will he be putting the ball into the back of the net and be in the face of Gabriel, who gets to start again for Arsenal as well. I'll be reading through the lineups before we get to go there. But guys, I know quickly because the community shield is just upon us and we've talked a lot about tennis. Let me just run through some results from the Cincinnati Masters Open. Yesterday we had Yuri Lehecka defeating Matteo Berrettini 6-4, 6-7, 6-3. Ferry defeated James Duckworth 6-4, 2-6, 7-6. Tommy Paul was victorious over Herbert Hookers 6-4, 6-7, 6-3. We had Thomas Echeverry losing to Terence Altmane 6-3, 7-6 in straight sets. Luciano Daderi did also lose to Rinki Hijikata of Australia 6-4, 6-2. Alex Demina was victorious over Haynes Quinton Haynes 1-6, 6-3, 7-6. We also had Alejandro Tabilo defeating Jan Lennart Struff 6-3, 6-4. We did mention Thiago Tirante defeating Novak Djokovic. Jakub Mensah did defeat Mattia Bellucci 7-5, 2-6, 7-6. And there were also victories for Flavio Koboli. We had Alexander Bloch being victorious. We also had Alexander Kovacevic winning his own game over Karen Kachanov 5-7, 6-3, 7-6. And one man who has been on fire in recent years in the early hours of today, he did, and that person is Jordan Raphael. He did defeat Denis Shapovalov 7-5, 6-4, 7-5. Did mention about Zverev defeating Nori 3-6, 6-3, 6-3. And out of fields defeating Yannick Hoffman 7-6, 6-1. In the women's side of things, yeah, we had victories for Clara Townsend, Ellis Mertens is out, Emma Navarro getting a victory over Angelina Kalinina. We also had Maria Sakari pulling through. Jessica Pegula was victorious as well. Sorana Kristea, Linda Noskova. Yelena Ostapenko was kicked out by Madeline Frech 6-1, 6-3. And Diana Schneider also making it through. Anna Kaliskaya also making it through, as well as Amanda Anisimova and Alexandra Ila, the new wave of or rave of the moment as regards the women's tennis. We also had Maya Tralinska defeating Christina Buxa 6-2, 6-2 in that one, as Lo Stevens was also victorious. I want to go to talk about the women's side, but I mean, time will not do us any favors. But Ovie Cadillac, that change, it has happened. Cadillac has, will you say, done something. Some might say maybe not so shocked that such actually happened, but they've replaced team principal Graham Loden with Alpine boss Marcin Budkowski. Now, Loden had set up the American team from scratch for his Formula One debut this year. Now, Cadillac Chief Executive Officer Dan Torrey said removing Loden had been his decision and was based on the future directions of the team. He said it was not directly related to the repeated reliability problems, especially with overheating brakes that have afflicted Cadillac in recent races. Now, Torrey said he and Loden had discussed the idea of a future transition, but added the time for that change came sooner than we expected. Now, Marcin Bukowski is the man to be in charge of Cadillac going forward. Now, Loden was formerly a senior figure in the Manuel Marussia team that raced from 2009 to 2016, set up Cadillac over a period of 3 years and had to do a lot of work before they even had an official place in F1 as a result of a protracted entry process. Now, Budaski, who is 49 years of age, was at Renault's F1 team from 2017 to 2022, though it guises as Renault and Alpine, most recently in the role of executive director. Now, he previously ran the technical department of F1's governing body, the FIA, from 2014 to 17, and had worked for McLaren, Ferrari, and Prost teams. I mean, the man is coming in with a lot of experience, but I mean, Ovie, there has to be some underlying tone behind this change.
Well, for me, I believe this change is really unnecessary for Cadillac at this point. It's like they gave Garem the team to build. It's basically nothing. A very nonsense budget, a very nonsense car, and he was still able to still do something in a short amount of time. He was able to still get them on the track. Yes, I know it's not been all rosy for them. I don't think really anybody expected anything from Cadillac this. Maybe they should have gotten a point or two, but so far so good. 11 races have gone and no points for them. Should this change have been made during this point, especially now that during the so some will say yes during the summer, no, is a good time for change. And the person that they are bringing in is someone that's very experienced. Budowski, as you say, he's worked with Alpine, he has now rose in the FIA, he's worked with Ferrari, and also he has that experience to lead the team into the next generation. But I think the problem is not just principal, the team principal. I think the problem is also faults with the cars and the engineers and how they need to build for next season. It's something that they have to do gradually. It's something that they have to do that is going to take time. It's not going to be simple. I believe they should have kept a low down for the remaining 12 races or so and see how things pan out, and then they can start making a change heading into the next season, because there isn't going to be more lots of changes heading into this into the second half of the season. There's going to be a lot of changes. So you want to talk about the upgrades they are going to bring from next season, because I think any upgrade they bring this season is really going to make not much of a difference. You look at the other teams that are actually competing with them. When you look about the bottom teams, Audi, the Aston Martin, they've all gotten points this season. Aston Martin able to finish P8, that's the best they finished this season. Fernando Alonso, the Cadillac, for almost every race, one of them is one car does not finish a race. Either they're having a DNF or they're having a technical issue, and it's all fine. It's all expected. First time we are seeing them coming, their US company as well, to putting their hands into Formula One, producing their own engine, producing everything. So it's going to take time to get adjusted to the terrain that is Formula One, to get adjusted to the track that is Formula One. The other teams are way ahead of you if you want to get that point. I'm sure maybe the target this second half of the season is, let's see how many points you can get on the board. That should be the target heading into the second half of the season. Then if I think from next season, let's see how we can try and match the cars on the lower tier, on the bottom tier, and then from there head into the mid team, head into the mid-table teams. And now for low down, not really an issue for me. No, really an issue for me. The man, and I think the way they did dismiss the man, I don't think is actually fair. Imagine we both form a team. Yes, we are the board of directors and all, and you're one of the people that, okay, we formed the team, and let's say you're in charge of training the younger presenters, and then I just call you one morning and like, Henry, we're letting you go. On what basis? It's not like you're not doing. Yes, you're doing your job fine. I know. Yes, the junior presenters, it's going to take time for them to judge. It's going to take time for them to get used to it. It's not your fault. You're a very good presenter. You're a very good presenter, one of the best. And the guys you're training, they are not just going to pick it up in a few show times. They're not going to pick up present. They're not going to pick up analysis in just a month or so. It's going to take time. So I think that is the issue with Cadillac when it comes to the engine, when it comes to the chassis as the role for the car. Changes have to be made across the board. It's not just about changing the team principal as well. And you have to look at the driver. They also have to, Valtteri Bottas and Checo Perez, both experienced. But then again, I for one, coming into the season, I felt Cadillac should have done an experienced driver and a young driver. I think that's what they should have done. I think they should have gotten Checo Perez and maybe gotten someone from F2 or the rest. I think we had that. We had Alex Dawn from F2, McLaren's the McLaren driver. We had Nicolas Solova as well too. They were even thought that they were going to get Schumacher's son into Mick Schumacher into the team, and I was like, it's good. You want to get a young driver, especially now that we are entering a new setup, a new era of the hybrid, the battery, and the combustion engine. And you can see Kimi, being one of the new gen drivers, has been able to pick up on that, and he leads the race. He leads the drivers championship. So why not get a new driver and let's see how they can match? There's nothing wrong with Checo. There's nothing wrong with Valtteri. With Valtteri, they both had their chances. We saw Checo during his time at Red Bull did his best. During his time at Ferrari, did his best. Valtteri too at Mercedes too tried his best, but at best these guys are still mid-table drivers. They are still mid-table drivers. There's speculation they should have gotten Daniel Ricciardo, which I felt for one. Daniel Ricciardo in his prime was phenomenal. Personality on the grid, personality of the grid when he's in the car, his driving as well, his driving style as well, impeccable. One of the few Red Bull drivers, him, Sebastian Vettel, Sebastian Vettel was his name, and Max Verstappen. Few of the Red Bull drivers that actually were able to manage that car and get wins as well. To Checo too as well, get wins as well too. So, for Cadillac, not the changes I expected, and not the team I expected to even make changes during the summer break. I expected maybe a change from as we also the issue with the whole shake-up, what was happening between McLaren and Oscar Piastri, Max with the whole Red Bull and issue and all. We already have the confirmed seats for the 2027 drivers lineup. I was looking at it this morning, and I was just wondering who is going to replace who in 2027 for the drivers lineup 2027. For the confirmed lineup for McLaren, Norris, and Piastri, although it could still possibly change with what's happening with McLaren. For Red Bull, Max Verstappen, confirmed 2027 driver lineup, and we don't know who's going to be taking the second seat for Red Bull. Same thing with the Racing Bulls as well too. It's either they keep Isaac Hajar, or if Max Verstappen is leaving to is leaving, we might have Isaac Hajar, and I don't know. Maybe they could bring in. I don't know if they're going to bring Liam Lawson, because when it comes to Lawson and Lindblad is actually catching up with Lawson. So we don't really see Lindblad is that much of a very great driver. He's after the Hamilton this season. After the Hamilton, the Mercedes, the Ferrari, he's the driver with the most. After the top guys, the driver is one of the most points. So he's differentiated himself from the best from the rest. But still no difference when you see the driving between him and Lindblad. Lindblad has qualified him many times, so he might not even get that second seat. Heading into 2027. So we are looking at let's keep Max. So who gets the second seat? Isaac Hajar. From what we are hearing from Red Bull, Nicolas Solov in F2 is doing extremely well, so he might be getting a second seat. It might be him and Avi Lindblad, or Lindblad might even get a jump into the main Red Bull seat. That is if Max leaves. So we might not have a Lawson, Nicolas Solov. Who are you looking at for the Aston Martin? So they've not confirmed their lineup. We don't know if they are going to be keeping Fernando Alonso for one more season. The man has already tried, and I think right now Aston Martin need a new generation of. Maybe Fernando Alonso can still be a result driver. There's no problem there. We saw Valtteri Bottas, or he can even head over to Cadillac. I think he's much of a better driver than we have in Valtteri Bottas. He can head over to Cadillac and be a driver. There's also speculation that he might be moving to Audi as well, because the Haas as well too. They haven't confirmed their lineup. Oliver Bierman and who is he? Alex Albon? No, it's not Albon. Williams, so they haven't confirmed their lineup. Ferrari, they've confirmed their lineup for 2027. It's still going to be the same to Hamilton and Leclerc, unless Hamilton retires and then we get Oliver Behrman, who is the Ferrari Academy driver, get that spot. So Alpine to Pierre Gasly is the only confirmed driver there. So we might still expect shake-up, and I thought we'll see those shake-ups from this summer break. I didn't expect a Cadillac change in power, which I felt is really, really unnecessary at this point. In time. But heading into Zandvoort, into the Dutch Grand Prix, let's hope they can. We'll see changes. There are 12 races. I think the tax I've set. I should set for Cadillac. Should set for themselves is let's see how many points we can rack up to the end of the before the end of the season. We finished 11 races, no points. Not what you want to get from your first 11 races. I'm sure they had big expectations. Let's see if we can finish in the top 10. But it's a long way from 20th, from 22 to 10. It's a very, very long way. Even if 3 cars did DNF, it's very, very long way to get to that 10th position. I said, let me just get to 1 point. We saw Aston Martin struggle all season before they can get that 1 point. Even yes, we know news has come out that the Aston Martin car is not really an Andrew Newey product, and with the new changes they are making, it's now becoming more of an Andrew Newey car. So we'll see more changes for the green side heading into. But for now, I think Cadillac. I've got as I said, an experienced head team principal Bodowski. He's worked with Ferrari, he's worked with Prost, he's worked with I think Alpine and the rest. So you want that experience in your boots. He knows Formula One in and out. Now it's to translate that into the cars, it's to translate that into the drivers, it's to translate that success into the second half of the season. How many points can we get? 1, 2, 3. Because I think that's also going to define how good we should expect Cadillac to become in the next 4 or 5 years.
Okay, well, let's see how things actually change for Cadillac with that team principal change. But let's head over to the Cardiff City Millennium Stadium or the Principality Stadium in Cardiff. It's no longer the Millennium Stadium. To actually give you the starting lineup for the Arsenal and Manchester City game, the Community Shield. Arsenal are lining up in a 4-3-3 formation. David Raya in goal. Four-man backline, we have Ben White. At right back, the centre backs are Christian Mosquera and Gabriel Magalhaes. And at left back, we have Ricardo Cagliafiori. The three-man midfield, we have Bruno Guimaraes, Miles Lewis Kelly, and Martin Odegaard. And up front is Noni Madueke from the right, Christos Zolis from the left, and Kai Havertz down the middle. For Manchester City is a 4-2-3-1 formation. Gianluigi Donnarumma in goal. Our right back is Abdulkader Kusanov. We have Ruben Diaz and Josko Vardiol at the centre back position. In the centre back position, Nico O'Reilly plays from the left back position. The two men in front of them are Mateo Kovacic and Elias Anderson. Then the three men behind the lone striker, Erling Braut Haaland, Jeremy Doku from the left, Phil Foden down the middle, and Antoine Semenyo from the right. For Mikel Arteta on the bench, he has Kepa Arrizabalaga, Piero Hincapié, Declan Rice, Iberi Chieze, Martin Zubimendi, Mikel Merino, Bukayo Saka, Max Daumann, and Victor Gyökeres. For Enzo Maresca on the bench, he has Geronimo Rulli, Mark Gehi, Mateus Nunes, Ryan Aït-Nouri, Rico Lewis, Nico Gonzalez, Ryan Cherki, Jack Grealish, and Omar Mamouche. Well, Jack Grealish might just have a new list of lives. 0810-951-0951. 0810-951-0951. The players are in the tunnel getting ready to come out for the Community Shield. You can call in and give your predictions for that game, the game between Manchester City and Arsenal, and tell us what you think. Who you think will actually win this one. You can also give your thoughts on everything we've discussed, from the Junior D Tigress to the D Tigresses themselves. We also talk tennis and Formula One. But Ovie, do you have much expectations as regards this game, as regards this match?
As much as everyone is watering down the importance of the match, I think it's a good cutting razor, and especially for Enzo Maresca and Mikel Arteta. I think it's a chance for both of them to show Arteta why they are defending champions. And we talked about what we could expect from them heading into this season. Is it going to be the same tactics? Are we still, especially with the new rules that might be calling their, as some will say, dark football. So some say they are set pieces, especially with the new rules.
Yeah, there are some new rules. Let me just quickly try and read that out for our followers or those listening to us. There are new rules or changes by the Premier League. Now, for goal kicks, referees can start a visible 5-second countdowns. That's for goal kicks and throw-ins if a player deliberately delays a restart. Taking too long over a throw-in will result in possession being given to the opposition. And for goalkeepers, if you take too long over a goal kick, it will result to a corner, like what we saw during the World Cup. Now, players are no longer allowed to use towels to dry the ball before taking a throw-in. So players are not allowed to use towels once again. And the substitution rule we saw during the World Cup, substituted players have 10 seconds to leave the pitch at the nearest point. If they take too long, their replacements cannot enter for at least 1 minute, and the team temporarily plays with 10 men. For injuries, players who cause the referee to stop the match because of an injury must leave the pitch for 1 minute. There are exceptions, including certain situations where the opponent receives a yellow card or red card. For goalkeeper tactical timeouts, if a goalkeeper asks for treatment without one of the exemptions applying, their team must temporarily remove an outfield player for 1 minute. This is designed to stop teams from using goalkeeper injuries to hold tactical team talks. So if your goalkeeper wound, person go come out for 1 minute. Now, handball after goal kicks. Once a goalkeeper or a defender kicks the ball from a goal kick, it is officially considered taken. If a defender then handles the ball, a penalty can be given. So that's when they kick the ball and they will the defender hold it with his hand and want to start.
Yeah.
That will be a handball from next season. So just kick it. Just kick it.
So the issue that we had last season where the refs actually allowed that to happen.
Yeah.
Now they won't be so lenient again on that.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you remember that train that was trending on social media. The guy that did the backflip, or is it the front flip? You haven't seen that train?
No, I haven't seen.
I can't remember what league it was. But I know it's one of the lower tier leagues, maybe Saudi or the rest. He did a front flip train, and it resulted into a goal. I was like, let us see this one. This is going to be the new tactics heading into this season. But I also want to see what these new players are going to do. I think this is a good test. Elliot Anderson, let's see if you're up to that money. Anton Semenyo, Phil Foden, Erling Brod Haaland. This is going to be a test. Let's see what Enzo Maresca has set up for the new season. Let's see what Mikel Arteta has set up to try and defend the title this season. You're playing one of the best team for the last 5 years in the Premier League, Manchester City. Yes, there might be a new change in coach in Enzo Maresca, but I think when you want to compare both coaches when it comes to trophies, both of them are kind of equal with the trophies that they've both gotten. 3-2. 3-2. If you want to count the community show that he won in 2012 or is it 2013? Mikel Arteta.
That's in 2020.
2020. Yeah, the one he won during his first match, won the competition. But for me, I still can't say that just one trophy, and that's the Premier League.
He has won the FA Cup, so you see two trophies.
Three trophies: the FA Cup, that, and the Premier League.
Okay, three trophies.
Three trophies, and
Enzo
Maresca,
two
trophies. Although with Chelsea, he has gone back to back in the FA Cup with Chelsea.
Okay.
So I'm expecting not fireworks, but I'm expecting both teams to be disciplined heading into this match, and to see who, just a battle of wits, and hopefully Arsenal fans will be praying they don't get more injuries. Man City fans will be hoping they don't get any injuries heading into this season, and I just want to see the performance of the new players and especially the new coach and what they've prepared for the season.
Okay, 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. 951. Pre-match formalities actually taking place over there at the Principality Stadium in Cardiff, and yeah, they are singing the British anthem, the English anthem, and it is the Community Shield that we are getting ready to see. So 0810 9510 951 0810 9510 951. Call in and give your thoughts and your prediction ahead of the Community Shield game between Arsenal and Manchester City. Now, Ovie, do you also think this game is actually going to give us a tactical look at what we expect from each team going into next season tactically, or you just think, like some people say, this is just the final preseason game? So that's just it.
As much as people want to say it's the final preseason game, I think both coaches have a lot to prove, especially now that we've left the Pep Guardiola era. Arteta needs to show that I'm going to be the leading manager heading into this generation. It's going to be a dominance. Now that Pep has left, I am the next person in charge. I will be handling. I'll be handling football in general. And Pep,
okay,
and the Maresca wants to do the same as well.
Okay. Sorry, we had a drop call situation there. Do want to keep the calls coming in 0810 9510 951.
And Maresca, as I've said too, inheriting this team from Pep Guardiola, he too as well. I actually want to see how he's placed his whole game and what he's done in Chelsea, giving them 2 trophies. And let's see if he can do the same for this game.
Okay. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Okay, a drop call situation there. Do want to keep the calls coming in. Well, I'll be handing you over to the safe hands of Alex Kabari as he runs you through proceedings from now till 4:30, and definitely we'll be giving you updates as regards the Community Shield. So do not get anywhere. The phone lines are still open. The SMS and WhatsApp portal is still open. And today's Sports Live is still right here with you.
A very, very good afternoon and welcome to the European football section side of things. I would give you a broader introduction, but the introduction right now is that 25 seconds into the Community Shield, it is the Gunners who strike first. It's 1-0 to the Arsenal against Manchester City. That goal was scored by the Italian Riccardo Calafiori. So it is Arsenal in the ascendancy inside 25 seconds, and we had Somto bust into the studio already screaming nuances for the season. But we would remind him, of course, of the course of the Community Shield that has gone on for going 8 years now, and if there is a chance that the Gunners can break it. You're listening to the voice of Kabari Alexander on Today 95.1 FM. It's, of course, the home and the time for the beautiful game. Yes, the biggest matches are set to return. We'll be having the hottest of debates, the goals, the drama, and everything in between on Today 95.1 FM. We break it down right here. The Community Shield, as I did mention, is already on the way, and the kickoff has begun. Arsenal has opened the scoring inside 25 seconds. It's currently 3 minutes, and City would want to wake up from that very, very shock start. I would give you the lineups as Henry had previously already done, but as I did mention, I do have Henry. I have Ovie, of course, who still joined from the first part, and I have Somto, who looks like he's raring to say something. Somto, I'll give you that chance right now. Somto, good afternoon.
This season is over for everybody. There is only, among the top 6 teams, there's only one man that has won the Premier League title. That cause not the Fulham. that thing is not. The cause is that other people have not won the Premier League. The other contenders, they don't know what it is to achieve success. Only the maybe master players, some of the Liverpool players save. They don't even, they go 1-1. Salah, Robert. See, let me tell you something. Okay, when I tell you about Luis Kelly, was it on Wednesday or last week Wednesday? No, they respect me for here. Wait, when I go start, they respect me for here.
We're talking about Mas Luis Kelly and the introduction of Bruno Guimaraes, and if it will actually affect Mas Luis Kelly, especially with the issue of Chelsea and who are Manchester United in talks for the man. And if he was going to be a vital instrument in starting, but as you said, the man has gotten the first assist. Beautiful picking out.
No, I'm not talking go get assist though. What I said that Wednesday was Luis Kelly is not going anywhere. I said all those rumors were mere talk. I said Luis Kelly is the third choice DM of the club. In fact, he's competing. Guimaraes, I'm not saying he's competing. Guimaraes is competing with him. So if Declan Rice comes back, Guimaraes can play well. Luis Kelly, whoever plays well among the both of them, gets the nod to pair with Declan Rice. But I also told Ovie that as the season starts, Arsenal's midfield pair is Luis Kelly, Guimaraes, and Odegaard. And when I saw the lineup today, I said, okay, that is it. Right now, Zubimendi has fallen down. Luis Kelly will start Champions League final. Arsenal's biggest game. He started, and so people are saying he's offering himself to Chelsea and Man United. And they say he's not good. You saw the assist he gave here. That is a Kevin De Bruyne-esque type of reverse pass. That was a clever. That guy is shining as one of. In fact, a lot of people say left back. He's not a left back naturally. He's a midfielder who, when Arsenal during the 2024-2025 season had shortage of left backs, Calafiori was the only left back. Tierney was there, but Hospital and him was middle name. But Luis Kelly then filled that role. But he's not a midfielder, and he has been alarming that he's not a midfielder. Now, last season against Inter Milan, that Champions League game, it was now clear that no, Luis Kelly cannot be a midfielder. And then in the tail end of the season, Luis Kelly was virtually one of Arsenal's most important players. And now the season has started, and I said rubbish those rumors. He's not going anywhere. And when he scored against Como, a lot of people saw the celebration. He apologized. He gave an apology gesture and tapped the Arsenal badge. And he's not. That guy is the identity of this Arsenal team. Ethan Nwaneri will leave. He's going to leave. Martinelli is not even on the bench. He's going to leave. Gabi Jesus is not. So, but Luis Kelly is the one that currently has that Arsenal ID. Him and Max Daumann, Bukayo Saka. These are players that will embody Arsenal. Bukayo Saka is the present. Bukayo Saka is the present. Luis Kelly is the future. Daumann is the incoming. So you understand when it comes to that identity. But Arsenal have taken the lead against Manchester City. Currently, okay, this attack is 4 against 3. Odegaard moves it to Madueke on the right hand side. This one na Popo of the highest order. Alex, please take over.
Okay. Well, it's already been a very, very fiery start over here in the Community Shield. It's Arsenal on the ascendancy still and looking more promising with their attacks, and it's City trying to find a way and we go forward. But still, it's Arsenal who have been nothing short of excellent in this first 7 minutes or so.
I said it while I was on that mic. I just feel City will struggle this season. There's just that part of me that feels they will struggle.
Nobody feel anything now.
No. I said it. I've been saying it throughout, even while the season was off. I've been saying it actually. So it's not. I just feel because you don't have a manager stay for 10 years. I have the level of success Pep Guardiola did.
Guardiola did like say you break up with your 10/10 babe, go below 3/10.
So I just pity for Enzo Maresca because even he has, and the funny thing, he has to make the City job work because if he doesn't, I don't think anyone will really want to rate him as much again because you start saying, yeah, he won the Club World Cup with Chelsea, he won the Conference League with Chelsea, which a lot of people felt to expect Chelsea to win. I mean, even with Steve Bruce in the dugout for Chelsea, they will win the Conference League because of you look at the opponents they were facing. But it's now a chance for him to prove himself, and the circumstances under which he left Chelsea and where Chelsea were when he left last season didn't make for good reading or good for him. But Man City is a chance. But I think it's all about the time they give him to actually do what he needs to do with Man City and impose what he needs to impose. I think basically the mantra has to be time for Enzo Maresca because you don't have a manager stay that long and be as successful as he is or as he was in Pep Guardiola. Then he leaves and bring another manager. It's just like when Sir Alex left. Man U are just busy chopping and changing managers. They just didn't even bother about time and growth and trying to make things work. Slot, Liverpool, Klopp left. Slot came in, won the league. Oh, we all felt, there's nothing. The transition the last season was abysmal and the man was chased out. So it's a big. I mean, even the board was saying they will back him, but maybe when they saw the performance, they were like, no. We have to save this ship before it fully sinks. And I think it's just about patience for Enzo Maresca. And the Man City board, well, it doesn't look like Hugo Viana might be or is necessarily a trigger-happy person. So we wait to see how things actually unfold. But I've said this, I think it was Oviedo that even asked me my favorite teams to struggle next season, and I mentioned Manchester City. That was last weekend, and I'm still sticking with that. Man City will be the biggest team that will struggle this season under Enzo Maresca. People say they've been winning in preseason. Arsenal has been losing. Liverpool has been losing. All that. Man U has been winning, but I don't care. But I just feel like City, because of that transition from Pep Guardiola to Enzo Maresca, now it's going to be very, very difficult. Maresca has to now build the team in his own image after a decade of Pep's image. It's not going to be easy.
All right, now that is definitely some huge boots to fill there. Talking about Enzo Maresca and his reported time at City. How long is he going to stay? How long is he going to last as Manchester City's number one? But first and foremost, you can reach us when it's time, when the phone lines will be thrown open at 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951. You can also send your text via the WhatsApp or SMS at 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. You can also connect with us via our social media handles at YouTube Live at Today951FM, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951, on Twitch at TodayFM951. You can also listen audio only via the website today, www.todayfmlive.com. You click listen live, you enter via the homepage or from the menu list. You can also connect via TuneIn and Radio Garden apps and search for Today 95.1 FM. I called out the phone lines so that they will be open. They will be open not now, but when they are set to be open. But I did confirm that we'll be interacting with you. So please hold on a little bit, because I know we are all but buzzing to see how Arsenal have started off very wonderfully. But as I always like to say, the guys in the studio are on their marks and I am set. And so if you're ready, let's get this show started. Get things started right here. I did tell you that Arsenal have taken the lead already against Manchester City over there in that one. It's 13 minutes. The scoreline is still 1-0 in favor of the Arsenal. Yeah, now the starting lineup as confirmed was David Raya in between the sticks. There's Ben White, Christian Mosquera, Gabriel Magalhaes and Ricardo Calafiori making up the back four. Bruno Guimaraes partners Miles Lewis-Skelly in the middle. Madueke, Martin Odegaard and Zolis make up the attacking section, and Kai Havertz leads the line. For Manchester City, it's Gianluigi Donnarumma in between the sticks. There's Nico O'Reilly, there's Josko Vardio, there's Ruben Diaz, and there's Abdul Kader Kusenov that make up the back four. There's Mateo Kovacic and Elliot Anderson in the double pivot in the middle. Jeremy Doku and Antoine Semenyo are the man on the flanks, and Foden is right in front of that midfield of Kovacic and Anderson, and the man leading the line is none other than Norwegian superstar Erling Haaland. So I had plenty interesting conversations that Arsenal just had to score inside 25 seconds and end that course. But first of all, it is the Community Shield that has or is already playing out right there, and Manchester City were the last team in 2019 to win both the Premier League and the Community Shield in the same season to end that course. And since then, it's been a revigorated course. I would like to put it in inverted commas, of course, because since then, for 7 consecutive seasons, whoever wins the Community Shield loses out on the Premier League. We've seen City, we've seen Liverpool, and it has been a back-to-back effort. Now, we have a new Premier League champion, the first in 22 years. It's Arsenal, and they're currently a goal up in the Community Shield. But what that means, if we were to follow the pattern, is that you can count yourself out from winning the Premier League. Sonto, I'm sure you have something to say about that. Is it about time that we say do away with that curse? Because Arsenal can definitely win the Premier League back to back.
Arsenal is the declare favourites to win the Premier League. No other team comes close to winning the Premier League against Arsenal.
I love the confidence of Arsenal.
No, it's not.
All it takes is to win once.
I share the same sentiments as Somto, don't get me wrong. Arsenal are the favourites to win the Premier League, but it doesn't mean it's the Premier League. There's quality in other places, but they are the favourites. They have the best chance of winning the Premier League, especially for the fact they also did it last season. But I just love the confidence I see from Arsenal fans these days. I just all I have to say. Like, Arsenal fans are now confident. Alex, do you know what that is? Arsenal fans are now confident. Like, do you know what it is?
The confidence.
So, like I said, they are the favourites. They are the favourites to win the Premier League, whether anybody likes it or not. Now, why do I say they are the favourites? I'm not saying they are the favourites because they won it last season. I'm not saying that the favorite because I'm an Arsenal fan. I'm telling you that they are the favorites because, for starters, we talked about how the experience of Pep and Klopp was very, very key in those title races over the years. The only person who could come in and break that jinx was Arne Slot, Gorimakpa. And then the only person to also come inside that fold was Antonio Conte. But Conte was in Pep's first season. Now, there's a man who was, and a lot of people don't understand, the level of consistency that a team can have for 4 years. You finish second 3 times. Who is beating you to the title race? Pep twice. The slot too that I said came in. And like I said, that season, Liverpool players just wanted to lock in for that season. Let's not even think slot was extra fantastic. Liverpool players locked in for that season. The players fought for that title. He was looking. I'm not saying Slot had zero influence, so obviously he brought his own input. But you could see that after that first season, I read a report where his training sessions, everything started falling down the line. Why? Because there was a lot of too much demand that cannot be sustained for a level. But Arteta has understood. He understood the league from his playing days from Everton to Arsenal under Arsene Wenger, went to be an assistant to Pep Guardiola. So the man understands the league perfectly. I mean, who would bring up a new initiative and say, okay, you can use corner kicks and set pieces to win the league? If everybody is doing let's play a beautiful football and go and win the league now. Somebody has devised a means and said, okay, I can take advantage of this extra layer while playing good football. So at the end of the day, this man understands the league more than.
But did they actually play good football?
Who?
Arsenal.
Why didn't they play good football? Was the football entirely bad?
It was boring.
It was not boring. Now if you say it boring.
No, it was bad.
No, it was not bad.
It
was not bad.
You know,
because I can bring up pieces of play. I think Arsenal play good football. See as their partner from the back. Is this bad football? No, watch for me now. I bet this thing bad football.
This season, we're talking about last season.
It's the same thing. It's the same player.
Alex, last season.
Is this bad football?
Last season, I could pick games where Arsenal played well. I was impressed. Fulham, when they beat Fulham at the Emirates, I could pick that. When they beat Fulham, that was 1-0 at Craven Cottage earlier during the season. I was watching that game and I felt bored. I remember the victory against Nottingham Forest where Zubimendi scored those two shots.
It was Liverpool's victories in the season. It
was more of more bad. It was more of more boring games.
No, it was not more of more boring.
It was more boring.
No. Let's tell the other team to play good football.
I will be very frank about it.
No.
And I also said,
is there not another team on the pitch?
And I also said it here. I also said it here about Liverpool when Slot won the league. There were games where I watched Liverpool. I wanted to sleep sometimes, and I just felt going into last season, that they will not win the English Premier League title. I remember saying that here. That's why I said Arteta needs to make Arsenal play much more fluid and play better. I've seen.
But he has done it. Did it lead to anything? It didn't lead to anything.
I have seen glimpses.
He did it.
Wait,
I even care for him that he's still trophyless.
I'm coming. I've seen.
But now you know how to play good football. I have seen
glimpses of that. In this game, but you see that mantra of using corner kicks to win the league.
Now,
something like that is not.
Let me tell you why.
That is not sustainable.
Should I tell you why? Wait now.
I have watched football.
Should I tell you?
I have watched football for over 2 decades, and that is not sustainable.
It's not sustainable.
It's not sustainable.
Treble with Porto. Winning to Inter, but it's not sustainable.
Mourinho was not a set piece specialist. He still was defending it on the counter attacks. Even against the smaller
teams. But he's not sustainable. But set piece is not sustainable.
It's not
because one is football and one is basketball.
You're getting it wrong. Something is getting it wrong. Okay. Mourinho's teams will still carve you open.
Yeah.
Mourinho's teams will still carve you open in open play.
Arsenal could not carve teams open last season.
They will still carve you open in open play.
Arsenal could not carve teams open last season. Now let me tell you why.
Arsenal struggled to break down teams that sat.
Let me tell you
Arsenal
why.
To break down teams
because it's Arsenal. That's why they sit.
First of all,
because it's Arsenal.
Let me point out one of those games that I think Henry is referring to. The game that eventually made Arsenal champions at home to Burnley. That 1-0 win.
Oh, we remember
it was.
Remember the 2 games against Bournemouth or the game against Forest.
That this man took it upon his life to play the Arsenal way. Played it even to an extent a modern way of Arsene Wenger, where Arsenal were very progressive. Attacking wise, they scored the highest number of goals ever than any other Arsenal team in 2023-2024. But what did they finish with? What did they finish with? Zero.
And what did I say? Now, what did I say last weekend? That Arsenal Arteta can be a counter-attacking coach this season and still win the league. But I need to see more fluidity up front. Arsenal were not fluid.
You don't need to see anything. I need to see. No. You don't need to demand anything.
Mourinho's Chelsea, as much as they will see when they hit you at the counter-attack. I remember Damian Dove. I remember Robin Gudjonsi. When those guys were moving, they moved.
Nobody should demand anything from Arteta because everybody that was the same people that was saying if he doesn't win anything, he should leave last season. They said it was time up, that it was do or die. So somebody that is in a do or die position should come and start playing angelic football for you. He should be the one that should come and suffer. But in that moment, he should not do whatever it takes to win. That Avengers famous phrase. What was it? Whatever it takes. Arsenal did whatever it took to get over the line, which was the start.
Right? Now, the main question now is, from Henry's point of view, is it sustainable? Arsenal did what they had to do to win the league. Is that style of football sustainable?
That's where I'm going to. That is not his style. That is not his style.
That style is not sustainable.
I'm only telling you that he did that to just get over the line. Oh, Gabriel Mega.
What the tackle?
That style.
Play
now,
like this for Brazil now.
That style is not his style. But like I said, he wanted to do anything to get over the line because everybody kept saying, oh, if Arsenal don't win the league last season, if they don't win the league, he should leave, that this is crunch time. So somebody now said, okay, let's do whatever it takes. I don't want to play Papangolo too much again. If you guys can go onto the field, defend in low blocks, fine. If you feel the only ways we can break down teams and not allow them scores is to use set pieces, fine. But at this point, I just want to get the job done. And get you guys over the line because mental wise, you guys need to taste it. Just like Ovi now carry small, medium, preparing pay. He will be motivated to carry bigger preparing pay.
But what if the medium is Ovie's style? Is this
No, it can never be his style. There is a time you will see. I'm telling you from experience. No, not from experience.
From experience. You said from experience.
It's just a time you want bigger preparing pay. That's what I'm basically saying. Now,
I don't know why I'm the analogy.
No, I'm yes, because now that is not his style. Like I said, come on, you guys watch Arsenal in 2022, 2023. When they finished, City went to the Etihad and destroyed them with Xhaka in midfield that season. The following season, when they got Declan Rice, Arsenal played good football now. Should I not talk about the following season where Arsenal, if I show you Arsenal's lineup in 2024, 2025 with Sterling, Waneri, and Merino. Finish Sterling. Waneri that was how 16 or 17, and Merino that is not a striker. That team dismantled Real Madrid with this style we're talking about. But what happened? They still fell short. So the man said, okay, I can find something that can take us over the line. Now, why I believe it's not the style is because it was just to get them over the line. It's a mental thing. You see, there's a certain status you now earn when you're crowned champions of the league. There's a certain state. And why I believe Arsenal will maintain it is because, like I said, consistency.
Yeah.
You can do all the hard work in the world. Once the consistency is not there, it doesn't show for anything. Your hard work is fruitless. But you need consistency. And this team have been consistently been the best of the rest because they were not champions. So now, once they get into that pole position as champions, if they maintain that same level of consistency, which they can because they've done it over the previous seasons, as not the best of the rest anymore, but now the best of the best, that team can do more. And now, like I just said, it was just about getting over the line. They've gotten over the line. Now, the mental capacity is there. You can see the way Luis Kelly plays. You can see the confidence. You can see Gabriel can fly into tackles. You can see anybody can come into this thing. You can see a captain of the richest owners in the world say, no, I want to move to Arsenal. That is the pedigree. Alex, are you not seeing how Arsenal is playing in this game? Are you not seeing how they are playing Manchester City? They are playing very well. They are playing, then they put ball for ground, they play. So it was just getting over the line. Now, this season, you see that Arsenal of 2022, 2023. You see that Arsenal of 2023, 2024.
They are set to return.
They will return. With full this one is not even flow state. They are ruthless in the transfer market now. Martinelli, get away. We don't want to see you anymore. They were going in for Vini. Like right now, it is not like Arteta said. Arteta said it in his press conference after Como. He said, not a lot of players in the world can come and raise the current level of these Arsenal players. When person we don't carry league tell you that kind of thing, you're supposed to understand waiting they come. It's not, again, at this point, it's not about Arsenal trying to beat the rest. No. Everybody catch us if you can now. So now, that mental state, that hunch. Alex, you know, as this thing, now, if there's something you want to do and you've not done it, you're under pressure. You want to deliver that thing. Now, once you've been able to do it, you now get into a position where you're now relaxed and you say, okay, fine, I can be settled and do my thing. So now, this season, you see it. Now, like I said, I'm not saying they entirely played brilliantly, but it was not all the games that they were very bad last season. And again, if that was the way for him to get over the line, fine. Nobody should question him because it's everybody that said if he doesn't win, he should be sacked. So nobody must question him. 1-0, 27 minutes. Madueke is doing a no-look pass. Ben White is on the ball, giving it to Miles Lewis Kelly. Ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Osas is also in the house. Osas is demigod in the world of sports. I am being bombarded and surrounded by the men of the North London, and they have doubled their lead.
What are we saying? What are we saying here? What are we saying here?
Like Kai Havertz.
What are we saying?
Kai Havertz.
Alex, I said this as Man City will struggle next season.
Oh, okay. Now you have agreed.
This is just
the community shield.
Make everybody support their club. Wait, make everybody support their club.
This is just the community shield.
Man, you started crying.
No, wait, this is just the community shield. No, I'm talking about Man City. I'm talking about Man City, and I said this last weekend. I will say this. I've been saying it all off season.
Alex, there's a problem here.
See, Alex, City will struggle. It's not just about Arsenal. I've been watching this City. Even from preseason, I watched the game against Inter Milan. I watched which other game did they play? City will struggle this season. It just feels off about City.
Henry is now saying it's just the community shield. I'm still hearing the same Henry say City will struggle. I think Henry 2 weeks before now told me
they had.
No, I've always been saying City will struggle.
But
Henry, City also struggled under Pep Guardiola this season right before he left, which was the 24-20.
No, but it was an injury. It was an injury-ridden season. No, that.
See, Pep was there. The fear of Pep is the beginning of wisdom. Just the thought of Pep Guardiola was enough to strike fear into the opponents. Now, Pep has gone. By the looks of things, okay, Rodri. Rodri is probably leaving. No, I see how easy it is for Arsenal to play through Kovacic and Elliot Anderson. When I was shouting Elliot Anderson is not a £160 million player, it felt like I was.
If Arsenal sell Skelly by mistake for less than 200 million. Elliot Anderson is one.
You could say 60 to 75 million, but not a £160 million player. No, not that. So I think City will actually struggle this season. If City are not careful, what I've seen from Alonso and Chelsea, I feel Alonso, if he gets it right, especially that forward line of Rodgers, Palmer, and João Pedro, or that forward line, he go cause wahala.
Where are you placing Welbeck now?
Some people let go shift.
Where are you
because
placing
of that forward line. No, Welbeck will be an impact player. Some games you bring him on, like in the big games, you can decide to start Welbeck if you want to, because you know Welbeck could not shy away from anything. He's that sort of player that will shy away. You look at Chelsea. Man United, I don't think that defense can take Man United anywhere, especially after what I saw against AC Milan. Amorim literally dismantled that defense by just putting players so out wide. Like, Man U has not fixed a major problem, which is the defense. They've not fixed it. They've done decently. They've done decently in midfield in bringing Andre Santos and Tielemans, but they are still missing that destroyer they've lost in Casemiro. They are still missing that destroyer, and they need a younger destroyer. They are still missing that destroyer. So Man U has a lot to do. Liverpool has a lot to do.
What else is Liverpool looking for?
I think Liverpool definitely will need to sign a winger. Probably Bakola might be sorted out this week. We're entering. If Gakpo leaves, they need to sign another winger. There's still a need for a number 6 in that team. But the only thing I know that could probably save them is the way Raiola tends to play. That could only be.
Will it be effective?
No, Raiola is actually a 1v1 man marking person. That's how we.
He struggled with Bournemouth in his first season.
He finished about 8 or 9.
No, the thing is, how do you? Would those ideologies be impacted very fast?
No, he started slowly in Bournemouth in his first season, but he finished strongly in Bournemouth. Last season, he spent about 3 seasons in Bournemouth. His last 2 seasons, he did quite well. I think it won't be far off because this is a team that is used to high intensity. Liverpool is a team that, right from time, even from the days of Rafa Benitez, is about a team that fights and gets stuck in. That is the tradition, or that is the nature of every Liverpool team, even to the extent that the fans, even if you lose, at least show that you fought. That's why Slot was so appalling to a lot of Liverpool fans last season, because the team, they just did like say they play, they know they fight. It just felt like they were so easy to play through. But looking at also some of their preseason games, I've said the number 6 position is so easy. The midfield is so easy to play through still. I think Liverpool needs a DM. I think they need a right back. I think they've at least papered the cracks a bit by bringing Araujo. Araujo might have struggled in the La Liga, but I feel his aggressive approach will actually help him in the Premier League because of the way the Premier League actually is. He's actually quite suited for the Premier League, but wait to see what actually happens on his injury record when you put that side by side. But I think they've done decently by bringing in Araujo. You still have Jacquet, you still have Leone and Van Dijk. and Joe Gomez, even if Gomez has his own fair share of injury issues, probably a right back, a winger, and a DM. But if they can give Iraola the support they need, then I think he might do decently. But this takeover bid is just making me think like FSG wants to cash in and run away in the next 1 year. So
what do you mean that Jeff Bezos they come?
Money go there for them to spend now. Money go just blank check. Arsenal wants like a 400 million.
Until they say you go MLS.
So I think these are the issues. So when you look at Arsenal, you're not like, where's the fault? Like I pointed out, the only fault was Arteta, or the only fault I'll point out is if Arteta sustains what he did last season into this season. He has to play, he has to bring out the Arsenal we knew before. Now they are champions. Now you play like champions. You don't play like a team that is scared. I don't want to see that. And I've been seeing them play like a team that are champions in this game. I hope they can take that.
Man City have a full squad, though.
I hope they can take that when into the season when it starts properly. I've been saying it, as you say it, Arsenal are still the favourites, but you don't rule anything out. But I think they will be champions come the end of next season. But still, other teams have a lot of work to do in the transfer market. I don't know, these days everybody's scared of spending.
Are you sure?
Better go knock you, Billy.
Okay, now the issue with that right now is that Arsenal are set to potentially defend their maiden, or should we say maiden, Premier League title in 22 years, and this is a step towards it. I spoke about that course, and I was about to give you lots and lots of statistics to back the course, but I know Somto will come right back at me with most of them, because since you absolutely will. Somto.
Never.
Okay. Okay, since 1992, the teams who lose the Community Shield have won more league titles that season, which is 10 in total, including Manchester City for 3 years in a row between 2021 and 2023. Now, last year, Crystal Palace, they beat Liverpool and they ended up finishing 15th, although they did go on to win the Conference League. The Reds also had a very disappointing domestic campaign, which they finished fifth. But some 47% of the time, which is 16 out of 34, the upcoming season's Premier League winners had not been involved in the Community Shield. Yes, so some statistics there. 53% of the time, which is 18 out of 34, the Shield winners have finished above the losers in the league that season, and on 10 occasions the two teams have finished as the top two in the Premier League. Of course, this is all statistics, this is all numbers, but we have seen for the last 7 years the losers of the or the winners of the Community Shield end up having next to nothing in the Premier League season. Of course, it is that, and of course, it just looks like a farce right now. But Arsenal has the chance. They're 2-goal up against Manchester City with about 10 minutes left of the first half. They are in control, and they look like they will have this one in the bag as things stand. It's a build-up now to make sure you end a 7-going ATA course and to see if you can pick up your back-to-back, defend your Premier League title. Now, the question is, Henry has already insinuated that Arsenal, of course, will be overwhelming favourites because of the fact that the rest of the teams cannot measure up to the Gunners right now. I think that is the huge case as Madueke storms forward again and Donnarumma gets down quick enough to save that one. The offside flag is up either way. But as I was saying, Henry insinuated that the favourites, of course, will be the Gunners because of the level of competition between the rest of the teams in the Premier League. Manchester United and Carrick, City and Enzo Maresca, Liverpool and Andoni Iraola, Chelsea and Xabi Alonso. I don't even know if I would add Tottenham into that mix because back-to-back 17th, I'm not sure they deserve to be there. But they're doing serious business in the transfer window, so we'll keep an eye on them to see how that one plays out. In the meantime, Sonto, is it going to be as a result of the other teams not ready or their inability to compete in the Premier League, in the upcoming Premier League season? And is that going to be the reason why? Is that a penalty? No, I think that's a yellow card to Calafiori. It looked like a simulation. It is rightly given as a simulation. Yeah, it's a yellow card to Ricardo Calafiori. He does not even look like he's really going for the challenge. Doesn't come in, and he goes straight to the ground. Watch this. He goes straight to the ground. There's no challenge. He goes to that's it. That's a simulation all day, every day. Something is smiling. Something is smiling. The cheeky smile on something
I'm an honest, I'm a transparent man. You understand? I'm a man of principle and honesty and accountability,
and I think everybody here can testify to that.
So I mean,
So as I was saying, Somto, the readiness of the other teams in question, or Arsenal's mental barrier being broken after getting their first after a long drought.
Now, let me start from the readiness of the other teams. The other teams in question is a rebuilding Liverpool team. When I say rebuilding, because last season was horrible. See, there are some games I could not want to watch Liverpool because of how they play. It was totally different from what I saw in Slot's first season. I mean, that first season was very good. There was a different type of direct football that Liverpool came with. But Slot's second season was horrible. Like horrible to the eye. So now it's rebuild. Anthony Iraiola's mentality is totally different from Andy Slot's. Like, so everything is... First of all, for starters, they lose their most influential player in the last decade. He has moved to Turkey. And you look at how teams lose players, for instance, and how they struggle after them. It's not going to be easy at all for Liverpool. It's not going to be easy. We saw how Chelsea post Eden Hazard. Ever since Hazard left Chelsea, I don't correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, Raya, what a save. Raya just made a crazy save from Erling Haaland. City moved the ball from right to left, and the pass came into the penalty area. Haaland took it first time. Raya went down low to make the save. But City are still coming forward. Semenyo has sent the cross into the 6-yard area, and they should be able to score. But
that looked like a block. What is
Arsenal
block
are
by
defending?
But
See,
that's why.
If this is how Arsenal are defending this season, if this is how Raya is going to be saving this season, it's going to be a long one. Let's run back through the attacking phase of play. Semenyo got into the byline after the pass from Foden. It was Doku that got that shot, right? Yeah, Jeremy Doku, but Ben White, another scorpion block, just like Africa. And see the other phase of play. Haaland's ball into the penalty area, just close to the penalty spot. He took a first time shot. Luis Kelly, that was a very good clearance too, because if Kelly did not clear that, Nico Riley will have it tapping into goal. So all around is very good defending. 40 minutes on the clock is still 2-0 in favor of Arsenal. So the readiness of the other teams, Liverpool have lost Salah, and like I said, Chelsea post Hazard. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Chelsea have won the league since Hazard left. No, they haven't. They've not. No. So it's difficult to move on from very influential players. If anybody does, it's very, very difficult, especially with the way Salah was. A lot of people were saying, oh, Mane did a lot. Firmino did a lot. But Salah was still very influential. And we saw that him having the most goals and assists in a season that Haaland was there, most goals and assists, Liverpool winning the league. So losing Salah, I mean, Robertson has gone with a lot of experience. Right now, it's just majorly Van Dijk and Alisson that are the two standing warriors. No matter how it is, Liverpool might struggle this season. Why I say might? What if he help their life is just Iraola's expertise? I mean, Alex, look at how Arsenal are playing now. It's 4 against 4, heading into Man City's penalty area. Henry, they confirm this beautiful football. Henry, are you looking at it? The pass was from Raya. No, you said it. I'm just asking again. The pass from Raya into midfield to Christos to Zolis. Zolis.
He no long go. He name not too hard like that.
Zolis. So that pass to Zolis in the center circle immediately dropped for the guard. But in fact, let me focus. No, Martinelli is not even on the bench.
No, Martinelli is on the bench.
Martinelli is on the bench. I don't think Martinelli is on the bench.
But reports stated that he did reject that move to Galatasaray, but it's not confirmed that he will be staying at the Arsenal too.
Martinelli is not on the bench, but he's fit. He played against Como. Him and his Brazilian brother,
he's
not on the bench. Even Ethan Nwaneri, these are players that will most likely be sold.
Yeah.
So Martinelli, Arsenal would have been inclined to accept from Galatasaray or negotiate with them, but Martinelli said he doesn't want to go to Turkey. You look for another place and go, even in Blackburn Rovers, if you want to stay in England, no problem. But majorly back to Liverpool. This Liverpool side have lost Salah. Last season was very bad. Why I said the minus rate because of the expertise of Iraola. But still, a new coach, he's going to introduce a totally different system. Can they adapt so fast? Remains the problem.
I mean, imagine Victor Osimhen was there.
What Henry's talking about, Calafiori had a chance. Ben White to the byline, cross into the area. Calafiori had the first time shot, went over the bar. So basically, Liverpool will most likely. I'm not trying to give predictions. I'm just saying what I think will happen because of a number of factors. So Liverpool can most likely struggle, but I think they will still get into the Champions League. Chelsea is a team that should be able to capitalize on the others because they will return to a system that favors their ground. You understand? Stamford Bridge is not wide. Antonio Conte used it to very good success, that three at the back system. So if Chelsea can capitalize the fact that they are not going to Europe, but we said this thing about the next club I'm going to talk about. If they are not going to Europe, if they can try, they have the players and also can introduce a new system and they can be success. But because Alonso is also a very good coach. Now, the next thing is Manchester United. I sat here last week and I was asking the questions because me, if I'm prepared for match, I know why I'm asking the questions I'm asking.
Yeah.
I sat and it was even a similar time when I asked, does Diomande accept Liverpool? It's the same thing I asked when I said, are you confident of Manchester United's transfer business? Because from what I've seen, Senne Lammens, to me, if you check the rest of the top sides, he's just like the Chelsea. In fact, Sanchez has very good Premier League experience. Sanchez is good with the ball at his feet too when he was at Brighton. And this one, Alonso is retaining confidence in him. There's something to question there. But Lammens, compared to Alisson, compared to, what's this other guy's name in Tottenham Hotspur? Tottenham signed a new goalkeeper. I'm trying to remember his name. I'll get it. But because Vicario is not even first choice anymore. So, compared to Raya, compared to Alisson, compared to Donnarumma, no. Defense-wise is also a problem. Martinez cannot stay fit. Yoro cannot stay. Yolo cannot stay fit. Maguire is one of the only saving grace. Delete cannot stay fit. If you check left back, Luke Shaw, Mba. Check Diogo Dalot, flop. Mazraoui, It's only maybe Heaven and Maguire that you can rely on and say, okay. Now, if you check me, have they really replaced Casemiro? Have you replaced? You've not replaced him. So, if you check that midfield, there's still question. Going forward too, there's still a little bit of question. A little bit. If you can find the right blend, let everybody walk. Fine. Mbeumo, Cunha, very good forwards on their day. Sesko, but still, Arsenal have won the league, but they were still trying to go and get Vinicius in Real Madrid. So you that are satisfied with Sesko and Mbeumo and Cunha, you don't know what you are doing if you want to fight for the league. Now talk about Man City. I said Pep Guardiola is that 10/10 babe that you lose and you know that you've lost someone. It's going to be difficult. Barcelona struggled when Pep left. So it's going to be difficult. Pep was like, Man City was like his home. As he did, like, Man City don't give him land. So it was like his home. Now, Maresca is going to show because there's a lot of pressure to follow up what Pep did. See, Pep's Man City side was perfection. It's not, they kept on chasing perfections. Odegaard has to score. And you score, hey! It's cleared off the line.
Off the line.
And Arsenal can still come forward, still in the penalty area. I think the ball is with Guimaraes now. It's blocked, but he's headed out. So Odegaard came very, very close. But again, Man City losing Pep is these players have been used to Pep's system. Pep was chasing perfection. So this now makes who amongst the best of the rest? Arsenal. First of all, champions. Secondly, the experience now comes. Because you guys are saying Burnley, they played bad. What I see is experience. Because they now know how to get over the line. They now know how to deal with high stakes games. They went to the Etihad and if not by, and we can actually tell that the better team between Arsenal and Man City at the Etihad last night was Arsenal. They went to the Champions League final, so they can deal with high stakes situations now as it stands. It's not that one where they go to the Etihad and fold Haaland to score them a late goal and remove his hairband. It's not that one anymore. It's an Arsenal team that know how to deal with high stakes situations. So can they weather the storm? Yes. Do that cause is not something I'm supposed to be scared about. What we just need is Arsenal are able to sign another winger. See, in fact, if that Vinicius deal had worked, if by mistake, I keep saying if by mistake, Madrid allowed Vinicius to leave, if they did not raise their contract offer, by mistake, Vinicius ended up at Arsenal, Arsenal would have had a complete team to start this season because there's no lapse anywhere. Just one more defender. If maybe Zolis impresses, Eze maybe plays wing, you can say he's sorted. But for me, again, I'll talk about the Arsenal that this is not their start. What you saw last season is just, me, I just want to survive. I just want to survive. Now you see how Arsenal plays this season because I've seen them. See, you don't understand the kind of crazy, but I've seen it. You know, it's just like the Bible will tell you, faith is the substance of things hope for, evidence of things not. I have seen
Reverend
it. I have seen them play.
Mm.
So is it the same coach that you tell me doesn't know how to play it? No. It's his decision that that's what he wants to do. So I believe now that if the criteria was to get over the line, they've gotten over the line. Now let me show them what I can do. And that's what they will do this season.
Okay, now that is left to see how they will do. But Osas, I will just come to you very quickly on this one because we do have to head to the market to pay some bills. But it's still on the defending champions coming into the season, which is, of course, the Arsenal. And it is them who lead 2-0 at halftime. The whistle has gone off and the players are headed to the dugouts. It's halftime over the Arsenal, still in the ascendancy. And a ball cleared off the line by Manchester City would have all but sealed this contest in the first half. But still, on Arsenal, Somto has made a lot of interesting points regarding their strengths and the positions at which they could improve in. But the main point of discourse right now is their current squad. Keep in mind, too, Declan Rice having played the most amount of games too last season, alongside a William Saliba. There's a Bukayo Saka who is still very half fit. Now, all of these players are rumored to not feature until at least October. Declan Rice is on the bench, but we have not seen him, and we know very well that Mikel Arteta would want to manage his minutes, given not only his contribution for the Gunners last season, but of course for the Three Lions who played all 8 matches at the World Cup, including the third place game against France too. So it's an Arsenal team. They are tagged favourites, but they have worrying injuries to key players, and they are also very well involved in the transfer market, with Zolis coming into the team and still a bunch of incomings yet to come. Ila Melia came in as a third choice, looking to upset Kepa Arrizabalaga and possibly take that second spot from him. There's a lot to weigh up, incomings and outgoings in the ongoing transfer window. But of course, there's still a lot of injuries. They are still tagged favourites. Is that going to be enough to help Arsenal go all the way next season?
You mean this incoming season? Yeah, I think it could pretty be enough, depending on what, just like what Somto said, what the other teams around would be pushing through. See, I think the odds this time are in favour of Arsenal. It's going to be a more enjoyable season for Arsenal. It's going to be an easier season for Arsenal compared to what we saw last season. Arsenal were more or less like a fighting champion, a champion who could come up against the odds to try to see if they could seal that particular one. But I think now they are in their comfort zone. There was a huge relief, a huge load, a huge yoke taken off the shoulders of everybody in Arsenal, not just Mikel Arteta, when Pep Guardiola announced that he was going to leave finally at the end of the season, because Pep was one manager in the English Premier League that could spring surprises even when it looked like it wouldn't come from his own end. You made mention of 2 seasons ago that Manchester City side was ravaged with injuries, but you could see when Pep and his team returned into the game, they started turning out results game after game, and it looked like they were going to bounce back at some point. So I feel Arsenal has got the odds clearly in favour of them at this point. Look at the English Premier League, the most experienced of managers, when I mean managers, the top flight managers, is Mikel Arteta at this point. In terms of pedigree, I think he's the one. When we look at the top 5 teams that could gone for the English Premier League title, he is the one at this point. When you look at the status of the team, I think Arsenal are also on top of the charts. You look at the chemistry within the team, Arsenal are also on top of the charts. Is there any position where Arsenal would need to worry before the start of the season? I clearly don't see any, apart from the central defense due to the absence of William Saliba, but that could be covered because Arsenal has been blessed with defensive players that could phase shift or call that position shift at any point in time. This particular game, we are seeing Christian Mosquera in the central defense. That's one thing he can do very, very well. Piero Hincapié can do the same very, very well. Ben White can do the same very, very well. Even Ricardo Calafiori can slide into that central defense and also do his own beats right there. So it's one thing that Arsenal could celebrate at this point and say the odds are in favor of us. Now, the only thing Arsenal needs to do is to keep heads in check. They've won the league, just like what Somto said. You don't need to play like someone who is afraid of tomorrow, because that tomorrow you've already seen it. They usually say I've seen 100, so 99 is nothing. I think Arsenal has seen 100 now when it has to do with the English Premier League. That jinx has been broken. 22 to 23 years it was, and I think it's now a case of wanting to dominate the league. Yes, wanting to dominate, not really. If I were to be Mikel Arteta, I'm not going to be telling the boys, see, we need to win this English Premier League back to back. I think what I'll be saying, we need to dominate the league. With dominating the league, I think the English Premier League title will come. Yes, so when I mean dominate the league, Arsenal, Mikel Arteta, they need to see how to devise a playing style that could keep every other person in check. You know, when you come into you come into a room and you feel and you see that every other person is a little bit beneath you. Let me use age at this point. You are older and you see that they are a little bit beneath you in terms of age. There's that confidence that comes with your presence there. So I think that's what Arsenal needs to do.
Yeah.
Devise that cutting edge confidence you always put into every game, whether it's Arsenal, whether it's Chelsea, whether it's City, whether it's Manchester United. Every person comes under you, and I think with that we could see Arsenal dominate the English Premier League for 2-3 seasons to come.
Okay, now that is left to see. And when we return, we are going to be taking the calls, of course, and your messages. I have seen my phone lines buzzing, but first of all, we are going to head to the market to pay some bills. And when we return, yes, it's still the Community Shield, but then we'll also be looking at a certain Enzo Fernandez and an uncertain future at the bridge, because yesterday he received boos when he came on for Chelsea. But do stay with us. It's Today 95.1 FM. Off to pay some bills. We'll return in a bit.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Long time no see you, which one you do? Oga builder, Oga contractor, long time no see. That thing where they look for Sokoto, it don't land for Shoko say, we don't carry our product enter River State, but say we still there for Aba. Anywhere where you did Agnes roofing product, go find you come, our product don't enter market, long span, made couple, step tie, small gutter design, as big man consign, we still get stone coated roofing sheet, shingle, mineno, classic board, wood shake, and roman. No forget saying Dr. Agnes one man with the manufacturer Agnes one man delta tooth powder. Nice to carry this open product enter market to Wakaskele Wugali as only enter office waiting for kilometer 20 at Port Harcourt Expressway. He put up a Akaso bus stop behind Antwerp filling station or Bibo LGA or Port Harcourt. You feel Waka enter our head office waiting for kilometer 7 at N Expressway. Also Tema Bar for Abia. For more inquiries, call us on 0816 719 5073 or 0811 201 2831 or 0803 500 5489. Agnes Aluminium Roofing Product, I'm the product where go make your house the smile, whether under the sun or in the rain.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, thank you very much for staying with us. This is still Today 95.1 FM, the marathon edition of the Today Sports Live. Yes, I would be heading straight to the phone lines to get your reactions to that first 45 over there in the Community Shield as Arsenal take a 2-0 lead over Manchester City. And in all honesty, it could have been way, way more than 2. But first off, this one from the WhatsApp or to it's NS from OG. He says, Somto Louis Kelly no be only future. By the time you loan him out next season and then later sell him for $2 million like Nelson, your eyes go clear. As for Enzo Maresca, he's an average coach and he has finished me. Okay. You went to play Foden as a number 10. Chai. Ernest from Woji. Okay, Ernest from Woji, thank you very much for that one there. 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. Let's get your reaction to that first 45 minutes over there at the Community Shield. And do Arsenal already look like the favourites to win the Premier League? Hello, Kala. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, Kabari.
Yeah, we greet you. We greet you too. Welcome.
Yeah, and good evening to your colleagues in the studio, Tonton and
They greet you too.
This is Tony also.
All right. Let's have your
I
thoughts.
want to talk about, the junior the targets and the senior targets. So, yes, they have been able to, to give us something to cheer about. And they give us the hope that all is not lost. It's a good thing. They both secured the ticket to the World Cup. They're very good, and I love their consistency. Their consistency in giving us such hope. Like they win our Hamas side. Very, very good. And even the junior ones that are just coming up. Yes, Henry said, at least they are going to transit. It's a transition period. So, yes, all things must be done. All hands must be on deck, when it comes to the management there to ensure that these girls are not left after this time to fill in that gap. They are the senior ones who will, eventually retire. So it is a very, very good news for us. No, sorry, I won't talk with somebody later. Thank you. Let me.
Okay. Thank you very much for that one right there. You could keep the calls coming in at 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951. And for the SMS and for the WhatsApp portal, it doubles at 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. We are going to be heading over to look at Enzo Fernandez and his what has been an uncertain future, or what looks to be an uncertain future at the Bridge, as he was booed by some supporters on the day when Morgan Rogers scored on his very first appearance for Chelsea in a 3-1 win against Real Sociedad. And João Pedro also continued his fine preseason form with a double, as manager Xabi Alonso offered a glimpse of what could be his blueprint for the season. But the action was overshadowed by the reaction to Fernandez's second half appearance less than 24 hours after Chelsea's self-imposed transfer deadline had happened. Now, Fernandez had been keen to join Real Madrid earlier this summer before the Spanish club ended their interest in the Argentine. His representatives later held talks with Manchester City, but no offer was made to meet Chelsea's £120 million valuation before Friday's 5 deadline. Fernandez was also booed by some early arrivals at Stamford Bridge when his name was read out 45 minutes before kickoff. There were then audible boos from Fernandez when Fernandez came on in the 62nd minute, as Chelsea supporters appeared divided, with others responding by chanting his name. Yet it was a signal of Alonso and Chelsea's backing that when Reece James had left the field, he passed his long-time vice captain the armband as usual. Each touch of the ball was greeted by a mixture of boos and cheers. It followed attempts from some supporters to move on from a saga that appears to have ended with Chelsea now expecting to keep one of their best players. Others, however, remain unhappy with his perceived display, having come out publicly about his desire to move to Madrid, with his agent Javier Pastore claiming he is underpaid. It will be interesting to see how supporters of the Premier League, other 19 clubs, react to Enzo Fernandez, given his celebrations and his social media jibes after Argentina beat England in the World Cup semi-final back in July. That will remain an issue, whether he remains at Chelsea or a Man City elect to revive their interest and attempt to reunite him with his former manager, Enzo Maresca, before deadline day on the 1st of September. Henry, I'll be heading over to you on this one because it's a very, very particular situation as it has to do with Enzo Fernandez and Chelsea's star Argentine. But it's the second half that is set to commence. I am seeing the introduction of Jack Grealish. Some persons thought maybe Jack Grealish and his time at Manchester City was done, but Grealish has been introduced into the second half by City boss Enzo Maresca. Declan Rice has also been introduced into the scheme of things for the Gunners as they look to hold on to their 2-0 advantage. It's the second half and it's kickoff. But Henry, back to Enzo Fernandez. Do you think Fernandez remains a Chelsea player at the end of the transfer window? And would it be smart for Chelsea as a club right now to engage in any discussions for a potential transfer for their star midfielder? And can they still get a proper replacement in what is left of the transfer window?
Well, will he go? I think there's a huge possibility Enzo Fernandez leaves. City are still very much interested. According to reports, they are still in discussions. So the man has made it clear he wants to leave. Madrid was his first choice, but Madrid don't look like they are interested. So I think City and the chance of working with what's his name now, Enzo Maresca again, seems quite appealing to Enzo Fernandez, and especially it also boils down to if City actually sell Rodri at the end of the day. If Rodri goes, but by the looks of this, Rodri will be leaving. So I think there's a huge possibility where we get to see Enzo Fernandez actually go to Manchester City. I think that deal will happen, or it will be very close to happening, even if it doesn't happen. So we wait to see how things unfold. But it's a transfer window; anything could happen. So we just have to keep our fingers crossed and watch. But the man is unhappy at Chelsea, and there's no need keeping an unhappy player, especially for Xabi Alonso, when you're trying to remold and rebuild that team and trying to make the team work. You know what it can do when you have unhappy players in your team. Real Madrid, a typical example, what just happened to you about 6 months ago, that you lost your job, about 7 months ago, 8 months ago, that you lost your job in Real Madrid. So I think Alonso is definitely wise, and he would try as much as possible to handle the situation, and even the board not to create any sort of discord or rancor within the ranks or at Chelsea. A lot of fans are not happy with him, and trust me, some of his teammates definitely will not be happy with him. So let's see how the team plays out. But I think the best scenario, the best situation for both parties is for Enzo Fernandez to leave at the end of the day.
Okay, now that is left to see. With what is left of the transfer window, I think it is very, very short to see. Oh, it's 3-0.
Like he just literally walked through the City defense and put the ball into the back of the net.
So as much as it looks like the contest of any talks of the Community Shield is all but done, Arsenal have tripled their money over
City
there.
are getting bashed. They are getting bashed. They are getting humiliated. They are getting humiliated.
Now, Arsenal said never get the full squad.
City is getting humiliated.
Arsenal is not having Saka here.
Isn't Saka on the
Declan
bench?
Rice just, and no, I mean on the field now. City have a full squad. There is Haaland, there is Donnarumma, there is O'Reilly.
But a midfield of Luis Kelly and Gimares should be able to hold their own.
But you see what this guy do Donnarumma for? Donnarumma has
He
gone back. Donnarumma don't go back, Palmer. How? Whoa. Hey, oh my God. He quite literally walked that ball into the back of the net.
Hell! Oh, no. I don't continue with this energy next season if Arsenal doesn't do what we're expecting. So what will you do if Arsenal decides to fall your hand?
No, Arsenal cannot do that. You understand? What I'm seeing here?
What if they decide to?
No, they can't decide to. I will decide what they do. You understand? We have made the decision that this season is back to back. You understand? Now, if you check, like I said, Eze is on the bench. Saka is on the bench. We've taken off Gimares and put Rice. Saliba is nowhere to be found.
City look
Chimba is not here.
I was saying this, and I don't think he's even Enzo Maresca. I think it has to do with dealing with the after effects of Pep Guardiola
No,
leaving this club.
they will struggle small.
They will struggle.
They will still make
but I
Champions
think they'll
League.
make Champions League, but they will get the axe in order. But they will
But
struggle.
still on still. I mean, the Community Shield, they might not still show a lot of things. They can still. Then when I saw the introduction of Jack Grealish, I said, "Oh, this is a player who I think will have a very good season." You know, with Man City coming off rejuvenated from Everton, it's no more Pep that is in charge. And Enzo Maresca still wants to make change. He's calling some players from warm up now. See the City fans, they know it's going to be a long road post Pep Guardiola. It's going to be. That's why a lot of Arsenal fans they were saying Sakata. They don't know. See, I was never on that bandwagon. No. Even if he did not win that league last season. When I stopped being on that bandwagon of Sakata, that was that 2021-2022 season after those first 3 games. I was saying, no, now this one is not good anymore. But since 2021, see, Arsenal fans, thank your stars that you have a manager like Mikel Arteta. Do you know what Arsenal suffered? Suffered for years. Like, when last is a season starting and somebody saying Arsenal are clear favourites for a league title? Well, ever since Invincibles, when last? Somebody came in, the club was dead. Like, totally dead. But now you have players. Arsenal can go and be able to sit down on a table and speak with Vinicius. Do you know? You don't understand. Not every club in the world can do that. Right now, if Man U or Chelsea go to Vinicius, he will turn his head. He's not. He would even turn his back. Who are you to come and talk to me? Arsenal, when last did you reach a Champions League final? And there is consistency. You don't know what you. So see, you don't know what you have until you lose it. You don't know what you have until you lose it. And now 3-0, 50 minutes on the clock. Like I said, there are still a lot of players who have not even touched a ball in this match. There is Saka, there is Eze. Gyökeres was their top scorer last season. Saliba is injured. Timber is injured. There are still a lot of players who are not even here right now.
I know you say it's preseason, but Alex, if I was a City fan, I would be worried.
You'd be worried. No, this is not preseason. Your
I know you still think it's preseason, but if I was a City fan,
I know I'm not supposed to really give my thoughts on this one, but you're coming up against the best team in England. You're coming up against the best team in England to start with. You're not going to be playing Arsenal every week. That one is that is a pattern. That is a pattern. I watch preseason enough to see that under Maresca, City were a little bit more direct. Now, in games like this where you've conceded from the first minute, it's hard to be direct against a defensive opponent as good as the class of Arsenal. So you could also say that Arsenal roaring into the lead as early as they did has negated the style of play Maresca had been trying to build.
Alex, see the things that are making me say City fans should be worried. City looks so easy to play through. What I'm saying, maybe you could say Guehi is not playing, that could have an effect, but they look so easy to play through. I don't think you should be so worried when you have a backline of O'Reilly, Husanov, Diaz and Vardiol. That should be for a defensive line that should be able to hold his own and not be 3 goals down in 48, 50 minutes. I think everybody buys into that. City don't look like they're interested in even creating anything going forward. Barring that flurry of 5 minutes in the first half where Raya made that fantastic save, then Ben White made that block from Jeremy Doku, City have not threatened. They look so easy to play through. Arsenal are playing through City quite easily. So I think there are a lot of things to actually be worried about. It's like, I'm not saying City are in a rut though. It's like the era don't pass. They need to rejig things. Some of these players need to start going. Maresca needs time. City needs to give him the support financially he needs to actually get things start going. There's nothing wrong with moving on Ruben Diaz and bringing another centre back. There's nothing wrong with moving on Vardiol and bringing another centre back. There's nothing wrong in selling Jeremy Doku and signing another winger. I think Maresca needs to refresh things because it's just like when what they talk about Super Falcons yesterday. They don't we so they said they're not tired. Like they do the hunger no day. It's one of the problems you get. Arsenal are a hungry side now. They've tasted the times. That's what I was saying, and I was saying it last season. The moment Arsenal, I remember many times I had an argument here in the office. Like the moment Arsenal tastes a title, they want more. And that was one of the reasons why I was supporting them in the Champions League final, because I felt that title, that English Premier League title, and that hunger, and that's why I said I would be so disappointed with Arteta if he does what I saw last season and in that Champions League final this season, because you can go at these teams. You have the ability to go at these teams. You have the forward line that can actually go at these teams. Maybe you might want to do better than Gyökeres up front as your nine, definitely. But with what I'm saying here, if Gyökeres plays in this team, he'll score more than 21 goals. Because this is City you're playing against smaller oppositions. You carve them open more.
Odegaard is on something. So in the World Cup, this guy is on something.
So but City, Maresca, I think this could also be a wake-up call, or the necessary wake-up call, or be necessarily what they need at the end of the day. But what we're seeing here doesn't still translate to Arsenal to win the league at the end of the day. It's still 38 games to play.
That's a bad foul.
It's still 30. Yes, no.
That's a bad foul.
It's still 38 games that you have to play. And trust me, you have to sit up. It's not that you've woken up with the Community Shield, because Arsenal could just be gingered for this game, and the opening game against who? It's Coventry, right?
Coventry.
Yeah, I think
But
Arsenal
you know the
I think
interesting
Arsenal,
thing.
I think Arsenal will beat that one. Though I think Coventry will make it very uncomfortable for them, but I think Arsenal will beat that. Arsenal will get at least a 2-3-0 victory in that game.
See, it's mental that Arsenal could be leading City. In the mental block, Arsenal could be leading City without Declan Rice by 2 goals not in a half time. See, forget preseason. No, everybody's having play ball. Oh. Play your ball for Lego. You get play your ball. Okay, now they will say, oh, Pep doesn't like winning Community Shields. Okay, now it's Maresca. Now. I mean, you want to see Maresca would have not liked to start his City career with a win. Even Pep, there was a season, that season where City did not carry any trophy, where Liverpool won the league on that slot. They asked Pep, Alex, I know you remember, they asked Pep in his press conference, City are going trophy. Is it trophyless? How? He said they won the Community Shield. So this is a trophy. Whether you like it or not, it's a trophy. Is the English Super Cup. Let's put it that way. It's the English Super Cup. So now you look at this Arsenal team. Like I said, it's only the left-hand side of that attack that, to me, seems a little bit questionable. But if Eberichi Eze can play there, I have no problem. But it is bonkers that you have Luis Kelly and Rice on the pitch, and then your bench is Merino, Guimaraes, and there's a certain Zubimendi somewhere. It is a little bit. It's like if you really think deeply, you say it's unfair. It's also unfair that there is a Calafiori somewhere, and there is Nkapi, there is Gabriel, there is Saliba. No, it's a little bit unfair. It's a little bit unfair. Arsenal should not be doing this. They should not be doing. They should stop signing, please. It's also unfair that there is Havertz and Gyökeres. It's unfair. It's also unfair that there is Saka and that Popo Madriki. It's unfair. You know.
Okay. So in other words, it's an Arsenal team who is well stacked and well poised to deliver.
I think they can still do small with additions. You get small. I think they can still do something with addition. I think in defense, because Saliba is a long-term injury. And again, when I say defense, this guy, what's his name? Gabriel. Apart from Nkapi is basically covering Calafiori and Gabriel. So what if in a time Gabriel and Calafiori are not fit? Skelly goes back to left back, so no problem. I mean, I understand. So my cause for concern in defense is the right-hand side. Timber is not fit yet. Ben White and Mosquera, these are two injury-prone players. Ben White injury-prone, Mosquera maybe not, but Mosquera has seemed to not be really reliable. So there's been talk about Ezri Konsa, but Arsenal have been going to the market with Chuba Market Eye. They don't want to pay more than, and I don't blame them because they still have the players, so why spend too much? Villa are saying 60 million for Konsa, Arsenal are saying 30 million to 40 million. So if they can still be a little small cover in defense, and again, I'll keep saying the left-hand side of that attack, if Arteta is not ready to play Eberichi Eze on the left-hand side, then there has to be a signing. But who do you even sign? If the kind of, I don't know if it's Jazz or that PSG is negotiating with Liverpool, but me, my right sense is I will never go for Bakula for 100 million. So I don't even want Arsenal to go for Bakula for 100 million. It's dragging on. But Liverpool are ready to even at least go upward because PSG gave their valuation. If you're not close to that valuation, you'll not even be on the negotiation table. but they're on the negotiation table. Liverpool have said that Mbaye is currently so expensive, they don't want to spend that amount on him. So which wingers are there? Which is a major problem. Which wingers? Leao, I don't know. This one that they want to say. So it's either you're playing Martin, and if Zolis is starting like this, if this is how it means to go on, I mean, you cannot have, I think, 20 something goals and assists, not together, 20 something goals, 20 something assists in Belgium League and not do very well. So if this is how he wants to start, very good. So let us not look at big names, but I still think there can be one or two signings, and I think they are going to have a fluid season once again.
Okay, now it's left to see how the season is only going to progress, as we are being reminded by Ernest Woji here, who says that Sonto, it is just a friendly. If you finish top 2 next season, I will stop watching football. Maresca is just a rich man Madugu. These are in the words of Ernest from Woji. Maresca is just a rich man Madugu. He should find a better or another side hustle. Ernest from Woji.
Ernest, that is me.
So you are still making the point that of course it is not a friendly, and this is definitely not a friendly scoreline, if anything, because a 3-0 lead the 60th minute, and he looks already like the man at the helm of affairs. Enzo Maresca is already taking off his players. Erling Haaland has come off the pitch, as well as Nico O'Reilly, and now it looks like Rico Lewis has also entered the fray of thing alongside Ryan Cherki. So he's maybe has accepted defeat and is holding on to his horses to see what could come off from an opening game next week, Sunday, in 7 days' time at home to Bournemouth. This is definitely a disappointing result, or a disappointing scoreline as it stands with 30 minutes or thereabout to play. But it is left to see how they bounce back, or if they can use this as a propeller to bounce back from this very, very bad defeat. Yes, Bukayo Saka has also been introduced for Arsenal, for Noni Madueke. He has also come into the fray of things, and Arsenal are still looking very, very solid.
These coaches have mind. Is it not all these players that they said will not start the season early, and the ones that reach the final of the World Cup or the final stages? Because Saka is playing. Anderson, in fact, started. They say Anderson had the most distance in the Premier League last. He played in the World Cup, compete like all the games. Saka is back. Declan Rice. I see that. I thought they said these players will not really start. See the Spain players too. Raya did not. He's assuming Raya didn't World Cup.
He didn't go to the World Cup. He didn't go to the World Cup.
Raya do remote World Cup. He worked from home.
He just came with the medal.
So I mean, but still, I'm seeing Cherki here. Cherki has come in. O'Reilly started. I see that they really don't. Anyways, I'm just surprised to see a lot of players that reach the latter. Anyways, if 39-year-old Messi, Odegaard is on something. Odegaard is playing very well.
And he has just currently started yet another counter-attack for us now. Bukayo Saka
don't wear new hairstyle. Chain, no do this kind of thing now. What is this? What is this? You better be very careful this season.
Okay, so it is still Arsenal 3, Manchester City 0. It is the 62nd minute. Bukayo Saka just took a shot right that crashed into the side netting. Yes, that was into the side netting. 63 minutes, game all but done. But of course, we are still going to be giving you whatever proceeds or whatever still happens from that game, as City will look to save some face by at least maybe getting on the score sheets, getting past this Arsenal defense after threatening in the first half with a couple of brilliant saves and interceptions from both Raya and the Arsenal defense line. But we'll head to the phone lines right now to see what you have for us in terms of contributions to all that we've spoken about. We talked about the Community Shield, Arsenal and their readiness for next season. Do they finally get over that mental brigade, whatever you want to call it, a mental blockage, or in your terms, do they finally get over that enough to go back to back? And is them or the Arsenal winning their very first Premier League title all that they needed to propel them to go on and pick even more? 0810 9510 951. 0810 9510 951. You can also send your thoughts. I just, as soon as I took a look at my WhatsApp portal, I still saw Ernest Woji, who is incoming with this one, as he says 4-3 scoreline loading. In favor of who? I think if City are on the recipient of the 3-goal side, where Arsenal still wins by 4, then it is going to be a huge success for them, given how they've played so far in this game. 4-3 scoreline. We'll see how that goes with just around 26 minutes to play. 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. SMS and WhatsApp portal doubles at 0701-933-9962. 0701-933-9962. Enzo Maresca looks a very troubled man on the sideline. Not the start he would have been hoping for, but it's just one game. And he'll be looking, as Henry did say, to use this as a lever to propel himself and make sure that this was just one bad day at the office. 0810-9510-951. Ovie, just very, very quickly. Now, we know that pre-season is not a perfect measure of things. Okay, first of all, we'll just hear from this caller. Hello, caller. Good evening. Welcome to... Good evening. Welcome. Your name and where you're calling from? They greet you too. All right. Okay.
Our former coach did as slot or but now both of them went to national team. Well, Pandeza like that, but let them just take it. What happened to Man U? Yes, but when what Man U but some people are going to get for them. What the problem
Thank you very much, Mr. Level, for that one right there. I put in the being on the hand or the hand for just around the last 10 minutes. Now line contacts right now as they search for the PS and Mr. Solis, in his first official game for the Arsenal, he assisted at the second goal for Havertz as a second, and also assisted Martin Odegaard for Arsenal's third. But it is Enzo Maresca that looks very disappointed on the touchline. We also say that certain things happen that also makes certain occurrences to take place. Because this will be the match that makes City would rather leave next year on a free than sell him for 70. Because those has definitely been one of the points of discussion when Real Madrid makes approaches for the Spaniard. Selling for 70 right now is faster than or keeping for a year.
The problem is if you sell Rodri now, you would get a replacement. You have to replace Rodri. You can't sell Rodri. That's what I'm saying. You easily through City next season. What I'm seeing is still integral. City have to be fair and say Rodri will have to be right, and he's gone on to win the Champions League for you, about 4 Premier League titles. He's won the Carabao Cup. He's won the FA Cup. He's won multiple trophies, and he's 31, or he'll be 31 next year. So I think it's good. It's good business. Or it's decent business, especially looking at the fact you don't have who to replace. Or if you feel it's still good business selling for 70 million, he's 30, he's one all he can win, it's still a profit. In fact, Man City has paid off all of Rodri's money. This one is clear 70 million in the books. Bam. That's what it's definitely, that's what it definitely is. That's what it is for Rodri and Manchester City. So you sell him, see how you can make do with this season, and probably while you assess the market for a replacement. City are a club that are not sure of going in January to sign. They can try and weather the storm in the first half of the season, then get who they want when they've marked who they want by January. But the problem is who can actually step in and do the sort of work, because it doesn't look like there are a lot of DMs really already available in the market that top level. I mean, see.
So you're not going to put the almost done deal of the Moroccan Bouadi as someone that could
Bouadi is more of a
potentially
dictator, a controller. He's not a DM.
Okay.
He's not a DM. Bouadi is not a DM. He will control. He will dictate. I mean, in the World Cup, people are talking about Bouadi, but a lot of people didn't see the shift El Ainoui was putting in the middle of the park. I mean, against Haiti, when Sofiane Amrabat started, we saw how Haiti were easily playing through Morocco. El Ainoui actually puts in a lot of shift there. You also had Onahi also putting in his own shift. The man has legs to run for, I mean, for Africa, if you want to put it that way. So, I mean, you need somebody who can destroy, and because Boadi can take over that instigator role Rodri does. Boadi will handle that instigation perfectly. But the problem is that's breakup of play that Rodri does. Now the funny thing is that you can't find a player that breaks up and instigates like Rodri easily. They are not readily available. Like how many players can actually do that you've seen or that have the ability to do that? They are few and far between. I don't think Atleti will sell Johnny Cardoso this period, and Cardoso hasn't really lived up to expectations since he went to Atletico Madrid from Real Betis. Barca doesn't have that now. Real Madrid, Tchouameni is the only one they have, and they are even looking to sign Rodri, and they couldn't get him. They are not looking to sell Tchouameni. I don't think Juve will want to sell Locatelli. And Locatelli himself hasn't lived up to expectations since his youthful days. The man is 28 years of age. I don't think he can or he will be able to. Douglas Luiz is not the Douglas Luiz we knew in the past that you want, or that could do also for those pockets Rodri usually fills up to actually stop or mitigate the counter-attacks.
All right, now, Ovie, as I was saying, just very, very quickly, because the next voice you'll be hearing is that of Osas, the demigod in the world of sports, and he's going to be taking you from 4:30 or just 5 minutes after 4:30 right now, as it is, right until 6, where we'll be talking about the latest happenings in all of the transfer world. But Ovie, 4-2, it ended to AC Milan in what was a revenge mission for Manchester United when they came up against their former boss Ruben Amorim. And I said, preseason is not a standard to go by. But what do you make of that game? Very quickly, Ovie.
Even if they wanted to lose any match, it wasn't to that man, Ruben Amorim. They did not want to lose to that man, and it turned out that we. And for Ruben Amorim too, as well too, he showed that yes, I can beat my former club, and he did it extremely well. 4 goals to 2, they were off the back foot, and he found a way to salvage the game, and they got that victory. So now, what's next for Ruben Amorim? Especially if you know, before that game, he didn't win his 3 previous friendly games, and then the game he now manages to win, it's the game against his former club. So for many teams, they did not, or for many Manchester United fans, it was not expected for them, but they got that win nonetheless. But for Ruben Amorim, let's see if his tactics can work in the AC Milan lineup. Let's see if he can work in the Italian Serie A, and if it works for him, so far we might even see him leave the Italian Serie A for a much more better job. Things didn't work out at Old Trafford. The Italian Serie A is a new place to show
a new experience.
A new experience for the man, and he said he has learned from his mistake. The 3 at the back, the stubbornness. He's left all those in the past, and is a new man. Let's see if that new man can lead AC Milan to greater heights.
All right, the new man talking about Ruben Amorim right there for AC Milan. You can say the Rossoneri's, as he was able to get that 4-2 win over Manchester United, establishing his dominance over Michael Carrick, as both managers have managed Manchester United. But at the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff, it's 3-0 in favor of Arsenal. What a time to be an Arsenal fan at this point, as it looks like Arsenal is beginning to establish their dominance or write a story before the start of hostilities in the English Premier League. A beautiful one right there coming from the Millennium Stadium right there in Cardiff. It's the FA Community Shield, as it's looking like Arsenal will be running away winners of this particular one. 77 minutes of play. And it's still Manchester City yet to score in this particular encounter. But ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good evening to you, and welcome to the transfer side of things. We call it the Transfer Corner right here on your very, very enterprising sports program. We'll call that Today Sports Life. Is the marathon edition of the show, the Sundays edition of the show. And from now up until 6 p.m., we'll be talking transfers, and transfers. Yes, that's what it is. I've got a company of 3 gentlemen right here with me in the studio. Sumto Isaac is still here, and I've got Benjamin Mina, he joins us right here, and Ovie Wallace. I believe you've heard the voices of Sumto and Ovie already. Benjamin is the one to say a very good evening to each and every one of you. Benjamin, good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Good evening to you, Asas. Good evening to listener out there. It's good to be here. On our screens, a poor Man City side.
I just wanted to ask you how you feel
it's a poor Man City side for me. I think the job is bigger than Enzo Maresca. His starting lineup is something that a poor Ancelotti would not do.
But who do you think should have been in this starting lineup that is not here?
I can't see the reason why you're starting Phil Foden as your number 10, and then you're having a player like Ryan Cherki.
Remember, Ryan Cherki was part of the French national team that went all
How many World Cups did he play? How many games did he play in the World Cup?
He's part of the squad.
See, there is no Anderson that he started. Anderson wasn't a part of the England squad. Anderson played. So that's not an excuse. You don't start a Phil Foden. There's a reason why Phil Foden wasn't on the plane for the World Cup game. The man has been poor. You don't start him ahead of, what's his name now? Ryan Cherki. Kovacic is not an anchor man.
Okay.
Kovacic is that kind of player. He's a ball carrier. He wants to carry the ball and enter those spaces, those pockets of spaces. You can't play him deep. You can't do that. He's not a Rodri. He's not Ika Gundogan.
All right. By the way, Nico Gonzalez has been
I feel
brought into the game.
The man, he lost the game from his starting lineup.
Okay.
And the first goal that they scored was very poor. Josko Vardiol is supposed to be playing as a left back.
Okay.
For City. That's how Pep use him. You play him in the centre back, you get he's going to be calamitous. So I think the man. Let us just take it that this is his first game.
All right.
Next week, as we are going into he's better get his house right. If not, the owners will be regretting why they brought the man. You can't start making this is a primary school error for a coach of your caliber. I don't think he's look at the way Arsenal are running riot. The midfield is empty.
Ooh,
that would have been
a problem. Arsenal are running riot now because Man City are poor. Arsenal are not outplaying Man City now. Man City are poor. You know. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls out there, remember you can share your thoughts with us via the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. It's open right now, 0701-933-9962. Again, it is 0701-933-9962. For the phone line, it is 0810-951-0951. We'll throw open that one later on for you to air your thoughts as we go on the show. But right now, it still remains the same. Arsenal, we're almost making it 4. With Bukayo Saka just shooting that ball a bit above the crossbar right there. But it's still Arsenal dictating play right there at the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff and leading 3-0. So many persons aren't happy with what they are seeing at this point coming from Enzo Maresca. He's making the news right now for probably the wrong reasons. And according to Benjamin here, said, sit up, get back to it before the season starts. But a very, very good way, Somto, for Arsenal to make a statement as it starts, or we look to start the English Premier League season.
Like you said, statement. This is a statement. Raya has made some
beautiful
saves in this game. You be like this guy, they carry this work away, no play personal. But still, it is a statement. This is a statement win. Everything has been on point. Some of the players have shown that they still have it. Gabriel Magalhaes has shown he still has it. Martin Odegaard is looking redefined and refreshed for the new season. What's his name? Christos Zolis has shown Gabriel Martinelli. It's
How
like they will send him back to
Mm.
Sao Paulo. I think this is the main reason why Arsenal have the confidence to say Martinelli should be put on the transfer list.
Right.
Because if they have this guy as a backup, if they sign another winger,
That's
that is a very
that's
good
one of
backup.
the areas we're going to look at as we go into the transfer window, because everyone I'm hearing about Arsenal now is let this person go, let that person go, let that person go. But
No,
you always
it's people
know
that are
Arsenal,
not needed.
Arsenal comes to a point where those persons that are not needed become those that
They can
will
go
be
elsewhere and shine.
looked up to. No, there are times where we had I think that was 2 seasons ago. Arsenal had some issues with Bukayo Saka and injury, and we saw Ethan Nwaneri coming. We saw Ethan Nwaneri coming at that period. Don't you think it's time to gather what you have than look at letting them go?
It's too much now.
It's too much.
Like Ateta, they asked him in his press conference yesterday about Ethan Nwaneri. He said he has always said he loves Ethan Nwaneri. He wants him to stay. But the problem that comes now is how many minutes can he play?
All right.
Because Dauman on a playing level, and in what makes you successful at the top level is when you are able to remove emotions from certain things. You love Nwaneri. Pep will tell you he loves Sergio Aguero so much. He cried. You cannot do without him. He cried. But he needed to move to the next level. Did he stop winning? No, he didn't stop winning. He was still winning.
All right.
And Haaland came. So if you want to be successful at the top tier level, keep aside emotions.
Okay.
The squad is currently overcrowded.
Okay.
Ethan Nwaneri cannot play ahead of Martin Odegaard. Ethan Nwaneri cannot play ahead of Eberichi Eze there. Ethan Nwaneri cannot play ahead of Max Darman on a merit level right now. He had a good preseason, fine. Kai Havertz at some point even played 10. So where does Nwaneri want to really play in this Arsenal team? Mikel Merino is still somewhere. Merino is somewhere in this team. Where does he really want to play? Now, to the others, Gabriel Jesus, he's not being the same since that ACL injury. Even before that ACL injury, he was not the same. And there are 2 strikers there. Do you really want to have 3 strikers? You can make money off Gabriel Jesus sale. He's on a large salary. £265,000 a week is not small money. So you can sell him off. Gabriel Martinelli is not playing. Okay, see, I was saying they removed Odegaard now. Who did they introduce? Eberichi Eze. So if Odegaard and Eze, these are 2 players. Odegaard is a player who is rarely injured, say, apart from last season where he's had niggles up and down. Odegaard was a main. Number 1, he's the captain. Okay. So these are players who does want to play ahead. And Arteta said the main problem is that he loves him so much. But on a football side, how many games can he really play? So it's one thing to say you want to stunt his growth. It's another thing to say you want to see him progress. And there are deals in football where you can put a buyback clause. You can. Nico
very
Paz
true.
is one of the most shining players out there right now. But Madrid still went to sign Bernardo Silva now. If it's about appreciate your own and keep it, Nico Paz will not go to Como. So you can include buyback clauses, sell-on clauses. Like I said, remove emotions. If one of you goes somewhere else and does well, good and fine.
Okay.
If you can get him back later on, good and fine. But right now, one of you there is no space.
All right.
Martinelli, there is space, but Arsenal feel the level needs to be at a higher level. So he's not playing at the level where the club feel he should be operating. So let him move on. The other players too that are not in contention to remain at the club, Ben White might still say because of the niggles here and there. But I mean, for all of these players, I don't think there is a lot. Right now, the focus on exits is just Nwaneri, Gabi Jesus, and what's this man's name again? Martinelli. I don't think Zubimendi will be sold. I don't, as much as I don't think he will be sold.
Okay.
And they've already sold one already. To move out of the club, Nogard. So Nogard, there's no space. So for the rest, there's really no space for the rest of the players.
All right, what we know right here is that there is space for us to move ahead, and that's with the transfers as the new club season is upon us. 21st of August, hostilities will start, and the transfer market is refusing to slow down. Big names are moving, big money deals are being discussed, and some clubs are still desperately trying to fill gaps before the transfer window closes. And today we're going to be asking some big questions, questions that include who has done the best business so far, which club is still in need to spend right there, and which transfer rumors should be believed and which one should be ignored. Which Nigerian player could still make a major move before the transfer window closes. Yes, we're going to talk about Nigerian players also, because we've got a couple of them making moves and a couple of them also in the transfer rumor section. So we'll talk about all of that. And of course, I won't be doing this alone. As I've told you already, the guys are right here to give you their undivided analysis from that side of the divide. While we do this, we'll still talk comprehensively about what's happening right there at the Millennium Stadium between Arsenal and Manchester City. About 4 to 3 minutes to the end of this particular one. Manchester City having a free kick right there. 3-0. It still remains at this point. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for us to get down to business. All right, let's get talking with some of the deals that were confirmed over the week. We'll look at most of them and how they would change the complexion of teams from where they are coming from as well as where they are going to. Over the week, we had Ferran Torres complete his transfer from Barcelona to Paris Saint-Germain for a fee of £42 million, called at 50 million euros, according to the Independent. We also had Christian Romero of Tottenham Hotspur move to Atletico Madrid for a fee of £34.2 million, also according to the Independent. And Jet Spence also made his move from Tottenham to Inter Milan for a fee of £30 million, according to Sky Sports. And we had a little something where the championship got buzzing as Arnie Engels transferred from Celtic to West Ham, and that was for a championship record fee of £22 million. Huge one there. As we also had over the week, Micah Godds moved from Ajax to Paris Saint-Germain for 55 million euros, according to Sky Sports. Ashley Phillip moved from Tottenham to Middlesbrough for a 5-year permanent deal right there, and Joe Gelhardt was transferred from Leeds United to Hull City on a permanent deal. We'll still talk about the big ones. We've got some of the big
talking points in the world of transfer as Liverpool also announced that young star Callum Scanlon would. He has signed a new deal, a new long-term deal right there at Liverpool, but he's on loan at Cardiff City. And talking about Liverpool, they are still in the market, or would I say in discussions over a possible transfer of Bradley Barcola. Yes, they seem to be the ones at the forefront. £130 million is the price tag placed on Bradley Barcola. They've got Arsenal behind them chasing hugely to see if they could topple them at this point. So we'll talk much about that. And also the week was serenaded with the Enzo Fernandez talk. Enzo Fernandez, City, giving some sort of ultimatum for a 120 to 140 million euros deal. What's happening right there?
It was okay. We are heading into the full-time mark, almost 90 minutes on the clock. In fact, on this count, 3 seconds to 90 minutes. Arsenal almost had a chance for a counter. Victor Gyökeres was leading it 4-4. A very awful pass towards Bukayo Saka was intercepted. And if this is the way Gyökeres actually wants to commence this season, it's going to be a long one for him because Kai Havertz already scored today. So if Havertz can stay fit, there's going to be a run for your money, my brother.
All right, and possibly if there will be a Victor Osimhen joining the squad, it's going to be double wahala for not for Dead Body this time, but for Victor Gyökeres because he might be falling down that pecking order. But we'll talk more about this. We are talking about Liverpool and Bradley Barcola and Benjamin. Bradley Barcola, Liverpool. How long are we going to wait? Is there a possibility that we're going to be seeing this deal get sealed this week? Or do you think the way the transfer window has been panning out, where you get to, no one saw a Rodri Barcelona coming through. It was looking like a Rodri Real Madrid during the World Cup period, but all of a sudden, Barca into this particular one. Do you think that there could be a switch or a change in that one? Or do you think this is the week where we'd see Liverpool seal that deal?
Definitely, Liverpool would need the man. We need Paris Saint-Germain. The coach of Paris Saint-Germain has said that you can't keep a player that is not happy, a player that don't want to be in a team. So Barcola have made up his mind, and they've PSG themselves have actually signed a couple of players to play in that position and all that. So I feel that Liverpool will get their man at the end of the day. We might be seeing the Isak. The replica of what happened when Liverpool were chasing Isak. Liverpool, I think, will definitely get them and get that deal wrapped up this week. It's just the club-to-club discussion is still ongoing. It's just for both parties to agree on a deal. So I feel that Liverpool will get their man this week.
All right, Liverpool getting the man Bradley Barcola.
I'm actually a little bit surprised why Liverpool are not probably in the race for Savinho from Manchester City.
Okay.
No, we don't need a right-sided attacker.
Liverpool
need a right-sided
have
attacker.
identified Barcola. Right from time it's been Barcola. So
if it's too expensive, move on to the next target. It is just 5 days to the start of the new season. You don't still have a winger. Like you signed Munoz. What's his name?
Muniz.
Muniz. Is it Muniz or Munoz? Victor Munoz.
Okay, Munoz.
So you signed him, and Gakpo could be leaving to Tottenham. Why are you not taking advantage of, Gakpo to Tottenham? Let's go in for Savinho from Man City.
Okay.
Arsenal should get Savinho again.
No, Arsenal are beating Man City 3-0. They don't need him. We're talking about the trophyless teams here. So Liverpool is part of that category.
All right. All right. We are on a transfer show and not on a banter show. But guys, Enzo Fernandez, he's been tied around that Chelsea, Manchester City movement. Friday, it cuts through, but look like the man isn't moving. Possibilities of Enzo Fernandez still remaining back at Chelsea because it looks like that's going to be the case at this point since it's seeming Manchester City might be taking their hands off this particular deal, Benjamin.
I think do City really need Enzo Fernandez? I don't think. Well, it depends on them. But looking at the way City have played, City have got the players to prosecute this season. I just feel that the manager needs to sit down, look at his squad, and then place his starting 11 and then the players on the bench. I don't think City would need Enzo Fernandez again.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think. Looking at it, I don't think. Unless, it tweaks to the end of the transfer window. So they would want... they want the deal between Rodri and Barcelona to just go on, and then they know they're left from the right. But for me, I think it's just waiting for that deal. If the deal, Rodri deal, is not possible, which I think is going to be possible, maybe Rodri leaves, City might be looking for a replacement. But for me, I think City does not need Enzo Fernandez. But if he gets to leave, he gets to leave. I think Chelsea would have a big void to fill when Enzo Fernandez gets to leave.
All right, that's for Enzo Fernandez there between himself, his team, Chelsea, as well as Manchester City. We're looking at Tottenham this period. I said over the week we had Cristiano Romero leave Tottenham to Atletico Madrid, as well as Jed Spence. And we were thinking Tottenham were building something huge, but it looks like that defense line is going to be probably watered down at this point. And a man like Cristiano Romeo, who led the defense line for Tottenham Hotspur last season, exiting to Atletico Madrid, we knew very well that he had probably some of his issues last season due to how things did not pan out well there at Tottenham Hotspur. But now he has left. How well do you think Tottenham could replace Cristiano Romeo before the start of the 2026-2027 season? Or do you think that this is definitely going to be that piece that will be missing from Tottenham Hotspur that could maybe pummel them to performing poorly again, even after having good signings like Sandro Tonali and the rest of them?
I think since last season, towards the tail end of last season, I knew that the captain of Tottenham would be leaving. Yeah, I knew I was going to be leaving because Tottenham at some point were playing a crucial game, fighting against the drop, and you are in Argentina. Didn't want to come back, to be with the squad and all that. I knew that the man, his days in the club are numbered. So I just feel that for Tottenham, they've got a good coach, Roberto De Zerbi. They've still got what's his name now? The Dutch guy, what's his name now?
Van der Ven.
Van der Ven is there, very top, not centre back there. I don't know why Liverpool didn't go for him or one of the big teams. But again, I think that they themselves, Tottenham, would look before the end of the transfer window, would get a centre back to pair the man Van der Ven. So for me, I think Romero, it came as a surprise to many, but for me, I wasn't surprised. And the man has cost Tottenham lots of things. Those red card, hash tackles, suspensions, and all that. When the team needs you more, you're injured. Either you're injured or you're serving a suspension. So I just feel that Tottenham needs a more suitable player that would pair with the Dutchman than before the start of the season. For me, I don't think losing the man. Yeah, he's the captain of the side, but I feel that the manager would just bring in another player to cover up for that position.
All right, so for Tottenham Hotspur, they've been able to acquire Sandro Tonali from Newcastle as a midfielder, Matheus Fernandes also as a midfielder. In the defense line, they've got 3 defenders already added to the side. Jan-Paul Van Heck is there, and the Robertson old leg from Liverpool also there. Marcos Senesi from Bournemouth also made that particular one there. But they have also let go of Jed Spence. He had a beautiful and impressive World Cup campaign with the 3 Lions of England, and he has joined Inter Milan from Tottenham Hotspur on a permanent deal for £30 million up until 2031. And you'll be asking, what's happening with Tottenham? Because some of the other players we are looking at Tottenham signing are forward players. Does this really tell much about what the project of Roberto De Zerbi will be pegged upon going into the new season? Let me come to you, Ovie Wallace, on this particular one. Okay, Benjamin.
I feel that I just feel that the man is going to be see Roberto De Zerbi. We know what he brings to the table. When Spurs announced his signing, I knew that the man would save Spurs. Spurs would not be going to relegation. But again, I just feel that this is a man that we know how the man operates right from when he was at Brighton. He went to what's his name now? The French side, Marseille. Put up a good performance there, and then came back to Tottenham. Many question why he came back to Tottenham. First of all, money is involved. You know, when money is involved, you might be looking at things and say, why is this? But at the end of the day, money was involved. You look at the highest paid Premier League coaches. He's part of that mix. So I just feel that the man, by the start of the season, will see the way they play. I've seen Tottenham 2 of their preseason games. It's typical Roberto De Zerbi pattern. You beat from the back. You beat from the back. You know, take the ball to the opponent, take the fight to them, high pressing game and all that. So they've been adapting very well. But I feel that he knows the kind of player he wants to keep, the ones that he wants to be. You know, he wants to dispose. So I like the fact that he's being given the upper hand in the team. Do what you want to do with the team, and let's hope that we get to see changes, because over the years it's been the hierarchy controlling the transfer and all that. You know, the kind of players you want, they want, not what the manager wants. And right now it's been Roberto De Zerbi at the helm of affairs, signing these players. I want these players. This is the player that fits the project. So he knows the players that he wants and the ones that he doesn't want. So at the end of the day, we wait until the season starts and then we see the progress that Tottenham have made.
All right, and while we're still talking about transfers and the various teams that are acquiring players as well as letting go of players, let me let you know that Arsenal have beaten Manchester City at the Wembley in the 18th to win their 18th Community Shield title. Yes, it's a huge one there, 3-0 as right on our screens there we see the Manchester City players at the middle of the turf as they look forward to having the award ceremony there for Arsenal lifting the Community Shield for the 2026-2027 season. What a way for Arsenal to start this particular one. You can share your thoughts with us on that, on this particular one. How do you feel with, if you're an Arsenal fan, Arsenal winning this particular one here, and who happens to be your man of the match? We've got 3 players on the goal chart. We have Calafiori, right there, getting the first goal of the encounter in the very first minutes, and Kai Havertz in the 28th minute got the second goal, and then Martin Odegaard, the captain of the side, made it 3 in the 48th minute. But your man of the match could still be a player away from the score sheet. Who was actually your player of the match? You can share that with us via the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, which is doubled at 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. We're talking about the transfers, and Tottenham Hotspur is where we have our searchlight on at this point, and they have just over the week lost 2 defensive players in Christian Romero as well as Jed Spence. Let's leave Tottenham Hotspur right now and move on. Still in the English Premier League, it's all about Aston Villa as they are exploring a loan move for Real Madrid's Brazilian forward Endrick. Yes, they are looking at bringing Endrick to the English Premier League. That's talking about Aston Villa right there. But still on Aston Villa, they could be losing their goalkeeper Debo Martinez, Emiliano Martinez, and they are preparing for Zion Suzuki being the Parma goalkeeper. Yes, that's the goalkeeper for the Japanese national team in the just concluded FIFA 2026 World Cup. His deal or his movement to Paris Saint-Germain has collapsed, and right now Aston Villa seems to be the ones fresh on it to hijack that particular deal. And Benjamin, a change in between the sticks for Aston Villa, how would it impact in their new season or the incoming season?
It's been a long time coming. We've been hearing every transfer window that Martinez wants to leave Aston Villa. At some point, he was close to joining Manchester United after Andre Onana was loaned out to Trabzonspor before Ben Yedder was brought in by United. So I just feel that at this point, the man is aiming higher. He feels that he's growing past the Aston Villa team. So he man is aiming higher. World Cup winner, World Cup finalist. Maybe trying to look for a higher, greener pasture where the grass is greener, or the greenest grass at this point in time, if you want to put it that way. So I just feel that, yeah, Aston Villa, the Suzuki is quite young. He's a young goalkeeper, Japanese international, Ghanaian parents, I feel that Aston Villa, it's a long-term plan, going with the fact that he's a young man, so they want to keep him. And you look at Martinez's age. Martinez is 29, 30, thereabouts or more. 30, yeah, 29, 30, if my memory serves me right. So I just feel that the man wants to move and maybe just go to a bigger team than Aston Villa. But he might be going as a free agent at this point in time. If Aston
He's
Villa,
33 years of age.
yeah, 33 years. So Aston Villa looking at a younger player, a younger goalkeeper. And goalkeepers last more, in football. They can play up to 40. But at this point, they just want to move on and then look for get a younger goalkeeper. And then the man gets to move to any other place where he feels that the grass is greener or the greenest grass at this point in time.
All right, and for Juventus, they are the ones in line to sign Emiliano Martinez for the same fee they offered in June, 6 to 7 million euros with add-ons on top base on appearances. That's for Emiliano Martinez there. And if he leaves, then it's going to be Suzuki being the one to replace him right there. That's Zion Suzuki, the Parma goalkeeper as it stands at this point. So we also have Rodri on the talking point as he did not start in the just concluded Community Shield game between Arsenal and Manchester City. No thanks to the fact that he's been tied in so much of transfer ups and down. It's Rodri to Barcelona at this point. Barcelona just submitted their third bid of about 70 million pounds, and hopefully they are looking at it that that will be enough to lift Rodri to the Catalonian club. That's a huge one there, it is. But Benjamin, still sticking with you on this particular deal. We are seeing the absence of Rodri in that Manchester City side, and it's quite clear and obvious that Manchester City needs to start preparing for the exit of Rodrigo Hernandez, short form called Rodri. They need to start preparing for it because the man has his soul and spirit away from the Etihad already, wanting to return to the Spanish side. But with that, how do you see this impacting in the whole season for Manchester City and for that Rodri deal? These are some of the deals we are looking at, the big stories that we are looking at to see if we could get actively concluded in the new week. And that Rodri deal, do you see that happening for Barcelona this coming week?
Might be happening this night. I just feel that deal is more or less done. Barca have sent their last latest offer, and I think it's going to be accepted. The man doesn't want to stay, and the truth is, I knew that when Pep is left or will be leaving, when Pep leaves Manchester City, lots of stars are going to be leaving. The Spanish players homesick, they want to move at some point. They would be looking at, we want to move, I want to go back home and all that. Gorella said it. Lots of them. If you have a Spanish player, just know that at some point in their career they would want to move. You can't keep them for a very long time, or you can't keep them for forever. How long have you seen a Spanish player retire outside Spain? It's not common. So I just feel that City needs to start looking at life after Rodri, and that's what they've started today. It's not going to be easy, but come on, you have to move ahead. No one is bigger than the club. So Rodri was there, Man City was there when Rodri came in. Rodri is going to leave and Man City is still going to be there. So I just feel that it needs to start preparing. The deal might be happening this night. Truth be told, it might be happening this night because Barcelona have, sent what the last offer, and that's what we have. That's
call that the third offer.
Yeah, the third.
Still go ahead.
It's going to be the last. It's going to be the last for me. I think it's going to be the last before the deal is It's done and dusted.
All right, done and dusted right there. Talking about that deal between Barcelona and Manchester City for Rodri. How do you see Manchester City planning or call that reshaping in the absence of Rodri if he goes to Barcelona? Do you think that that's going to be the card that crumbles Manchester City before the start of the English Premier League season? You can share your thoughts with us. The SMS and the WhatsApp portal is there. We'll soon have the phone line open to take your reactions. But we are still talking about transfers coming from the English Premier League, and it's another huge one there. Okay. All right. All right, still talking about Manchester City, Benjamin. One player who did not take part today in the game between City and Arsenal was Savinho, as he's pushing for a move away from Manchester City. Tottenham Hotspur seems to be his destination at this point in time. A new week in the world of transfers, and there's that possibility that this could happen. For Manchester City, exits here and there. How possible would this be turning around the chemistry right there in Manchester City?
See, I feel that what's his name now, Savinho. He didn't get much playing time last season, even under Pep Guardiola, and maybe he has sat down with the new manager and they've had a meeting. Maybe the manager have told him that, hey, you might not be having first team. You might not be starting the games regularly. Especially you have the Ghanaian international. What's his name now? Semenyo on that side. You've got Doku on the other side. You've still got Fifodin that could play there. So I just feel that I just feel for the man. The man feels that he cannot get a commanding starting shirt. So why not go to Tottenham, where you'll be loved and you'll be given the opportunity to actually go all out and then show what you can do. That freedom, to express yourself and all that. So maybe it might just turn out to be a good deal for him. Excuse me. After all, he's got a brother there, Richarlison, that would help him settle into the team. I just feel that it's going to be a good move for him, and Manchester City cut a loss.
Would there be
and
a possible replacement for Savinho?
You
High hopes when he was signed.
You don't need. See, you've got Jack Grealish coming back into the squad. So looking at it, you can't. If Jack Grealish is fit, you can't want to keep Jack Grealish on the bench and play Savinho. It depends on what the manager and how the manager wants to rotate his team. So I just feel that the man needs to just move. If Jack Grealish is leaving, then it will be a bad move for Savinho. But Savinho is looking at, I want to play regularly. Remember, he didn't go to the World Cup. Who knows? Maybe if he had been playing regularly, he would have been to the World Cup. But he looked at it and said, okay, I'm still young. There's a World Cup coming. There's a Copa, what's it called? Copa America coming. So I could actually be on the plane going there if I'm playing regularly. And just maybe he has spoken to the Brazilian manager and the man said, okay, just go to where you'll be playing regularly. And then you might just have the chance. So I think it's going to be a good move for Savinho himself.
All right, good move for Savinho. That's if he joins Tottenham Hotspur. It's also going to create a very big lacuna right there at Manchester City at this point. It seems that Manchester City are pretty shaky and hoping that they hold on and build on before the start of the English Premier League season. But let's talk about the champions of the English Premier League. And that's Arsenal. For Arsenal, they are the champions, but still looking at shopping. It's been some pretty good additions to the Arsenal side. Bruno Guimaraes added to that side. Christos Zolis. We are seeing the impact of these two young men already in Arsenal with the preseason games as well as the Community Shield that was just concluded with a victory right there, a resounding victory. But here comes the big question at this point. Are we expecting any more signings from Arsenal, or do you think that they should just lock it up and concentrate on the start of the season? Let me come to you, Somto, on this particular one. First off, Arsenal have been pretty decent in the transfer market. Not really signing too much, but signing the right players. Stated earlier on, Arsenal are in it when it has to do with the Bradley Barcola deal. if there is any slip up from Liverpool, who happens to be the ones right in front, do you think Arsenal should jump in with both legs for Bradley Barcola at this point?
With both, I think if the valuation comes down, they can. But if the valuation of Barcola does not come down, I don't think Arsenal will jump in with both legs, not even one leg safe. Because yes, from what I do know, they would have loved the signing of Barcola. They could have gone in for him, but there's evaluation in their heads. In fact, before now, the first choice for them was Morgan Rogers, in a player that would actually fill in on the left-hand side. And the evaluation of him was around before they could even get to the 100 million mark, it was going to be difficult. It was going to be forceful. Newcastle's valuation of Guimaraes was 100 million. Arsenal started with a 50 million bid. And eventually 70 million was the second bid. I think 60 plus 10 add-ons. Then ultimately all parties reached a compromise at 75 million upfront, no add-ons. So they have valuations of certain players. And I think the valuation of Guimaraes was 70. But since they could just go to 75, okay, fine, no problem. I mean, we've gotten a little bit of money off Christian Nogard. So let's invest in Bruno Guimaraes, because like Arteta said, and which I repeated earlier, he said yesterday, and it was a painful truth which made a lot of Arsenal fans, if you actually reflect on that statement, you would know that statement carries a lot of meaning. He said in the world, they have to approach the transfer markets with smartness, because he does know that there's not a lot of players that can raise the level of this Arsenal side. And in all fairness, Osas, tell me, which centre backs in the world are really better than Gabriel and Saliba, are really upgrades in defense? If we start in defense, which midfielder is really an upgrade on Declan Rice? Which forward player would you say is even on his day or really an upgrade on Bukayo Saka on the right hand side?
Rodri na Saka.
Can you really get Rodri for Man City? I mean, in the transfer market, you have to look at viable deals now. No, you have to look at viable deals. Deals that can be completed. He's moving to Barca because Man City are not sent to a direct rival. I mean, you look at deals that can
everybody
be done.
have a price. Drop the money.
No, it's not everybody has a price. No matter if you drop 200 million, Arsenal will not sign Rodri. Rodri is even entering into his final year of his contract.
Bring out that money. No, simple and short.
It's not about. It's not about. Okay, so what price do you think will tempt Man City to sign Rodri? To sell Rodri to Arsenal?
70 million.
70 million. And Arsenal don't have 70 million.
Arsenal will not bring us 70 million.
Arsenal signed Guimaraes for how much?
Leave that one.
Benjamin, I'm asking the question. How much did Arsenal sign Guimaraes?
There are reasons why Arsenal will not bring out that money.
You said, what are your reasons?
The man is on 1 year deal already.
Exactly. So, but you said your valuation for him is 70 million.
Arsenal not go bring.
So every other team should bring 70 million. I don't give you this thing. You
say why? Arsenal not go bring. So, I know Arsenal.
So Arsenal should bring 70 million for Rodri, right? But they just signed Guimaraes for 75 million.
See, listen, let's say Arsenal have not signed Guimaraes. Arsenal will not bring us 70 for Rodri. Why? Because of that 1 year he has in his contract. Arsenal will prefer to drop 20 or 30
Arsenal first. Cannot bring us 70 million, right? Will Man City sell Rodri to Arsenal?
Yes. Why would
Man City sell Rodri to Arsenal?
For the right price. Because let me tell you why.
Sell Rodri to Barcelona?
Let me tell you why they will sell. Wait, now let me ask you why they will sell. You ask a question.
Okay.
Now they will sell because number one, the man is in his final year of his contract. That's
so they cannot offer him a new contract. They cannot offer him a new contract.
You ask a question now. Let me answer you.
Bruno Guimaraes had 2 years.
They cannot offer Rodri a new contract.
Now, let me.
You ask
a question. Let me answer your question.
Okay, I'll be pending my questions.
That I've given you number one. Yes. Number two, the man is unhappy. He doesn't want to stay in the club anymore. That's an opportunity for us now to pounce on, because this man is not happy. Let's throw our weight and see what we can do.
Okay.
That's number one. Number two, final year. If you let him go, if you don't let him go now, the man will go free next season. Just like Real Madrid, you can be playing around him. City will, if you play around him, and then from now till January, City will want to sell because 6 months remaining.
Right.
So if you drop that money, City will definitely listen to you, because this man is not happy. Number one.
To a direct rival.
Benjamin,
are they not buying from a direct rival?
Who?
Are City not buying from a direct rival?
Okay, you want to talk about Elliot Anderson?
Now let me tell you. No, wait. Let us start. Matthew Kovacic from where? Tell me.
See,
wait,
was Kovacic the star player of Chelsea?
He wasn't the star player.
Kovacic the star player of Chelsea?
It's not about
at Chelsea. You see the star player.
Said, wait.
When did they sign? Which season did they sign Kovacic?
Stop bending this
goalpost. Which season? I'm not bending the goalpost.
Wait.
Arsenal signed Gabi Jesus and Zinchenko for Man City. So you cannot tell me Man City sells their star player to a direct Premier League rival. It can never happen.
Listen.
Now, it will never happen.
Listen.
No matter even if Arsenal bring 200 million on the table for
they
Rodri,
will sell.
They will never
sell
to Arsenal.
When Gabriel Jesus came to Arsenal, what was his numbers when he came to Arsenal?
That transfer. Gabriel Jesus blocked the transfer of Romero to Arsenal.
Wait first.
But that was his choice.
Wait first.
Okay.
Gabriel Jesus, when he came to Arsenal, what was his numbers?
Gabriel Jesus wasn't the front runner.
What was his numbers? That's the question.
He wasn't the star player.
What was his numbers?
Was he the star player? Gabriel Jesus, that they were saying is a number 9.
Yeah.
But they are playing a player that is not a number 9.
What was his numbers when he came to
Gabriel Jesus
to Arsenal?
Was not the star player at Man City. And we are talking about Rodri.
You're bending this team.
What
was his numbers?
It's just like you saying Madrid should sell Mbappe to Barcelona.
No, and listen now.
Hello, guys.
And you forgot that in recent time, Ronaldo has played for Barcelona before.
Which Ronaldo?
De Lima.
Yes.
And in that time, football then is football now.
It's not the same.
Madrid have been known to gathering Galacticos right from time.
Now, can Madrid sign a player from Barcelona? Yes or no?
Madrid cannot even sign a player from Atletico Madrid.
Yes, no, Benjamin.
It is
yes
more stronger. No. It is more stronger from Bilbao. Bilbao, Atleti than Barcelona, Real Madrid.
Benji, no be this one.
Let me tell you something. When on a sign Gabriel Jesus wait now, answer me this question first.
Can Real Madrid right now go and negotiate with Barcelona for Lamine Yamal? Is it possible?
Answer my question first.
You don't
what was the numbers of Gabriel Jesus when Arsenal signed him?
I will give it to you.
Give me now.
No. Answer my own first.
If you don't give me, I'm not gonna answer you. Give me now.
Deflect
for me. Make I portray my point.
Deflect for me, but no problem.
Right,
okay,
guys.
I'll give you now. Osas, please hold on. We are not finishing this. The 2021-2022 was when Gabi Jesus left Man City, heading into the 2022-2023 season. And I'll bring out his numbers here now. Because I want to know if you think this kind of player is the star player at Man City. I'm bringing it out.
Okay,
now.
Hold on, Benjamin. The numbers are coming.
We're not comparing here. You asked me what was numbers.
He's a big player compared to
No.
All right,
the
guys.
argument,
the argument is go on with the numbers. Go on with the numbers.
I will go on with the numbers, and I will also buttress my point.
All right, go on.
Saying
you have your time
now.
now.
Benji
is on reset.
Are Man City actively offering Rodri a new contract? Yes or no?
Give me Jesus numbers first.
I am bringing out the numbers, but I'm also asking you a direct question. Are Man City actively? Okay. Gabriel Jesus played 28 matches in 2021-2022 in the Premier League. He scored 8 goals and gave 8 assists. This is a top tier player.
That's not a top tier player.
Is this a top tier player?
Right.
Is this a top tier player?
All right, so Somto, I think you've made your point. Let's hear from Benjamin.
Yes. Go on. You asked me. These are his numbers.
Good. These are his numbers. When Arsenal waits, now look at Arsenal striking department before the man came in.
All right.
That's another question. Wait.
The argument is you going to a club to pull out a star player.
You're shifting. Now you're shifting the
goalpost,
Benjamin.
I think so.
I am saying I've given you reasons why Man City will listen to Arsenal.
Okay.
Because
Rodri.
Wait now. Go on. This man has a year left in his contract.
Okay.
If you decide not to listen to offers, be it your neighbor, your next door neighbor, your roommate, after 6 months, he's liable to listen to offers.
Yes, it is.
Good. And you might be losing him for free. So if Arsenal are the only team going for Rodri, and Rodri said, I don't want to sign a new deal, they will listen to Arsenal. Yes, they'll listen to that because they don't want to lose the man for free.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that how Liverpool listened to Real Madrid?
Remember when Arsenal Arsenal tabled an offer for Luis Suarez under Arsene Wenger? Wait now. Oh God. Wait first. Wait.
I never hear this.
Arsenal tabled an offer for Luis Suarez.
Okay.
20 plus 25 plus £1, I think, if
45,
I can. 40 plus
also,
1, no,
40
40
plus
plus
£1.
£1. Now, Liverpool knocked it off.
All right.
Because Suarez have got two years left. But when Luis Suarez, no, not Luis Suarez, Fernando Torres left for Liverpool, left for Chelsea. Did you see that deal happening? No. The man had less than a year. That's number one. I'll be a year. Secondly, the man said, I don't want to stay in the club again. You don't keep a player that doesn't want to stay in your club. You lose him for free. Who lose now? Now you lose. I know City is a big team. They have money. But you lose him for free. That's the key word.
All right.
Torres left to Chelsea. Your rival.
All right. So let's
tell me now?
Let's hear.
Everybody has a prize.
Let's hear something right now.
Now, I want to ask a very specific question. Benjamin, can a selling team block transfers of a player?
A selling team?
Yes.
How?
A team that is having the player, can they block the transfer of a player?
You can. Why not?
Good. Now, do you think Man City can block Rodri's transfer to Arsenal?
Of course, they own the player for 1 year.
I'm just asking.
They own the player for 1 year.
Do you think Madrid should have signed Rodri since the start of the summer?
If they wanted him, they would sign him. The player only said, I like Madrid. Does not mean Madrid are interested.
Hold on now. Rodri was twerking for Madrid since. Now, did you not see the reports that Man City were welcoming race from other clubs for Rodri because they anticipated a bidding war?
I did not see.
You did not see?
Yes.
But I can show you those reports. I will actively show you that Man City were holding on. I think you should be focusing on your own reports too these days because we are a journalist and you should be able to see these things.
Show me. I will not see everything.
Posted it over and over that Rodri was a player in Man City that wanted to move to Madrid, but Man City were holding on for negotiations because they anticipated
Madrid never came.
Madrid came to Man City with 50 million euros.
That was after Barcelona came in.
Wait now.
Madrid came in. But you know, if Madrid wants a player, Madrid will definitely table and get that player. But one thing about Madrid, one thing I think Madrid were doing was, we table 50. If you no agree, we go get them free because that 1 year remain. You know the way Madrid do.
But Baka came in.
Baka came
in. No, Perez call you this one.
Me and you know the way Madrid they do.
No, me and you don't know anything because I'm telling you what I know.
When Madrid came for Konate first, Liverpool said Konate was not for sale. Konate said he wasn't signing a new deal because Madrid came. He went for free.
Trent Alexander-Arnold.
Free. That's how they do things. Now Madrid thought that since Barcelona did not show interest at first.
Okay.
We knew Barcelona did not show it. Madrid went with 50. Knowing that the man was having 1 year left. Now, if Barca did not sell us, we go collect them free. We go just play around them till 6 months time. We go offer a contract and we go come free. But Barca just came in immediately and throw the money at City.
Why didn't if Man City were so scared? Why didn't they allow Rodri go?
Wait now.
If they were so scared, like using your logic minutes ago, right? Or if I'm hearing right, Madrid they will be scared and listen to Arsenal, right? They should listen to Arsenal because they have 1 year. No, why didn't they listen to Madrid?
Because
they didn't listen to the Madrid, though.
All
right, guys. But they didn't listen to Madrid.
They didn't listen to Madrid because
then they should come and listen to their rival.
All right, because they didn't listen to Madrid because
football now is DLS. It's Dream League soccer.
All right,
because Osas, wait. And I was asking Benjamin, were Man City actively offering Rodri a new contract?
And Rodri said no. Simple.
Rodri said no, right?
Because the man is not happy there.
Good. Now, with the way Rodri is, you say with the way Perez is, me, I don't know. But with the way Rodri is, Rodri will move to Arsenal.
Why not?
Rodri will move to Arsenal.
If he wants to move to Arsenal, if he likes the team, he'll move.
All right.
Rodri would be a Man City player and accept a move to Arsenal.
If he likes the team, he will.
Now,
all right, guys,
we are talking about viable deals, right? Or that's where this thing started from. Was viable
from football.
No, I rule it out too. In this day and age of modern football, I rule it out. I rule it out because you can sit here and know that Lamine will not go to any club, and yes, it is ruled out. You can sit here and say Olise is not going to any club, and it's ruled out. So I rule it out. There are some things I rule out too.
When 1 year remain for what do you mean? Yamal contract, and Yamal say, I will not. No, wait now, wait.
There's a buyout clause on him.
I know. Wait
almost
now.
$1 billion.
I know. Assuming say 1 year remain for Lamar contract, and the guy said, I don't want to play for Barcelona again.
All right.
Do you think Barca would sit down, fold their hands, and
Benjamin,
let's
this is two
wait
different
now?
contexts. One context is
God.
the player saying,
You
I want
said
to go here.
wait
The
now,
second context is player saying, I don't want to go
Sonto.
again.
All right, guys.
The club will entertain bidding wars.
As long
That
as
is the
it is
transfer
1 year
market.
remaining, Barcelona will not fold their hands to say, we want to lose this guy for free.
Okay,
So why
guys.
did Man City not fold their hands now?
All right, guys.
Why did they not fold their hands?
Let's quit with the arguments. While you are yet arguing there, it was West Ham United who doubled their lead over Burnley. What a way to get their championship season on the run. It was a disappointing end to last season as they went on relegation, but it's quite clear that West Ham are looking at getting themselves back into the English Premier League for next season. As I said before, they smashed the championship transfer record with the signing of Belgian midfielder Annie Engels from Celtic for £22 million. So it's walk on right there at West Ham United. But you know very well that the championship season is always a very, very long one. We're still talking about Arsenal at this point. Guys, Gabriel Martinelli and Gabriel Jesus were not on the Arsenal squad for the game against Manchester City in the Community Shield. Where does this point to? Definitely, they could be on their way out right there at Arsenal. And if that happens, Arsenal has got open doors to bring in players basically as replacement or even players in other positions right there. And for Arsenal, two players are already on the lips of everybody. Bradley Barcola is there and Victor Osimhen of recent. And I've been asking, what is Victor Osimhen going to be adding to Arsenal if he makes that move from Galatasaray to Arsenal? I heard reports that Arsenal have already tabled but officially Arsenal has not tabled any bid, but we are hearing that Arsenal could table a possible 111 million euros bid to Galatasaray in the coming week. That's for Victor, for Victor
He go kill us
Osimhen.
now.
That's,
No.
rumors around 111 million. I don't know why you're.
It's not hate.
There is a certain
It
hate.
is not hate. I
Wallace,
know
are you not
Arsenal.
seeing this?
It is not hate.
You don't know Arsenal.
So you mean Arsenal cannot
As
spend?
long as-
Arsenal cannot spend above 100 million.
As long as you're not a British man, Arsenal no go spend them. I dey tell you something. I know Arsenal.
Okay. Okay.
Highest
This
Arsenal
is-
go table for Siemens.
this is-
65. You
this
don't
is-
finish. You
this
no go
is
reach
hate-
70.
this is hate speech on
It is
Arsenal.
not hate.
Okay.
Tell me how many players outside England or outside British players who are not signed 100 million.
Philosophy, right?
It is the only reason why I'm telling you that.
The only player Arsenal is even signed for 100 million.
You
is
Declan
Declan
Rice.
Rice.
That's why I said I know Arsenal.
So it's not like there are 3 British players Arsenal have signed for 100
See,
million.
it's like
This is the
Liverpool
only player
before
that
before
Arsenal
slot came
saw
in.
is worth 100 million.
You know that before slot came in, Liverpool will not bring out 100 million to sign the player.
And how far now? How did he go?
Now wait now.
How did he go now? No, tell me how it went.
Somto,
How
calm
did he go?
down, calm down.
Okay, I'm calm.
Now
I'm calm.
Liverpool have changed their philosophy. Right now, Arsenal never change them. That 100 million they spent for Declan Rice, you see they pinch them.
But they won the Premier League. How is he pinching them?
Arsenal no go see in the next.
It's not
in the
pinching
next,
anybody.
In the
oh.
next 10 years, Arsenal no go
just
sign the
win
player
another
100
trophy.
million.
oh. Arsenal just win another trophy.
In the next 10 years, Arsenal no sign the player 100 million.
But you know Arsenal were ready to bring out 150 for Vinicius.
All right.
No,
right.
now wait now. Elsas and Osimhen, I don't believe those. I've not seen Osimhen's this from credible sources. Sources that I've seen it, yes, I've seen rumors of it.
Yeah.
Even Osimhen friend Laba, where I know, for Liv has not mentioned anything about it. I don't believe it's happening.
Even if not true.
Because Gyökeres and Havertz, for starters, on a plain option, are still the striking options for Arsenal. So if you bring in Osimhen, Arsenal spent on Gyökeres last season. They will also have Kai Havertz, who doesn't seem like he's going anywhere. So where does Osimhen come to play?
That's what we.
They'll sell Gyökeres.
That's what we
sell
are.
Gabriel Jesus,
That's what we are
sell
discussing right
Martinelli.
now. Because
3
now
of them gather the money.
it could be that
No, it's not
one
safe.
player could be added in that deal, and if there is a possibility of a player being added in that deal, it could be Victor Gyökeres up against Kai Havertz on who could go in to have Victor Osimhen come over to Arsenal. But if you were to be part of the Arsenal setup, assume to who would you Bradley Bakola, Victor Osimhen, who would you be advising Arsenal to go all out for? At
They
this
don't
point?
play the same position.
Yes, but
number one.
if they had to bring in one person,
it is Bakola now because they don't need Osimhen except they are selling one of the strikers. They don't need him at all. Except there is, and Jesus is still at the club.
Okay.
Until that deal is done with Napoli, something can break down and they can decide not to sell again. But for now, Arsenal have 3 strikers at the club.
Okay.
Osimhen makes it 4. How does that work in the same climate? Except is he switching his system to 4-4-2? So they go for the necessity. The necessity is a winger. And again, still, they don't still need to sell until any deal is complete. People are forgetting that before Arsenal even went back again, when negotiations hit a gridlock for Guimaraes, it's until they sold Nogard. It was until after Nogard was confirmed to have left that they went in for Guimaraes straight up. It was until after Trossard had left, that was when they announced the signing of Zolis. So it doesn't happen when these players are still there. They can be in and around the squad, but until this player leaves, that's when another door opens for another person to come in. And that's the policy now. So the Osimhen reports, I've seen it. I don't think it's happening because there was a chance for it to happen. The season where Gyökeres came in, there was a chance there, but Osimhen was not even second choice on Arteta's list.
All right.
Šeško was second choice. In fact, Šeško was first choice. Andrea Beta came in and pushed Gyökeres to first choice because the deal was cheaper.
Okay.
And you can spend that money across board. And if you look at it, it worked because they were able to get Ebere Chise and Hincapié afterwards. So if Osimhen is coming in, it is not needed at this point in time.
All right.
It is not even needed. But yes, he's far better than the strikers that are there. But when I say a winger is needed more, like Bakola, is because right now, a pacey profile of a winger is lacking in that club. If you are selling Martinelli, you need another winger. If you ask me Osimhen, Bakola, both of them are even not playing similar positions. So you don't even need to sign anyone until you've settled out the outgoings.
All
so
right.
if you sorted out the outgoings, and the outgoing too must include Gyökeres and Havertz if it requires you getting Osimhen. If 2 of them are still there, Osimhen is not needed. If Martinelli leaves, focus on Bakola.
All right.
And I still don't think Bakola is worth that amount.
Okay. All right. That's for us now. Let's take a flight to Liverpool and talk about Liverpool before we go to the phone line to entertain the thoughts of the listeners out there. For Liverpool, they are another club that is worth putting under the microscope. They are chasing Bradley Bakola. They've got Ronald Araujo as a possible replacement for the outgone Ibrahima Konate. Big one there for Liverpool, having Ronald Araujo. But the debate here is Liverpool building a squad capable of defending their status with a Ronald Araujo pairing with an aging Virgil van Dijk on this particular one? And for Liverpool, apart from Bradley Bakola and Ronald Araujo, with the transfer window steadily counting towards its closure, is it enough for Liverpool, or they should go out rampaging in the incoming week to get possible players? Where Benjamin, do you think Liverpool must concentrate on right now before the start of the English Premier League?
Well, as it stands, the coach said today they are going to be having a game around 6 against Como. They played the first game, it ended goalless today about 11. And in his press conference, he said they expect a busy weekend, a busy week transfer window, which I expected because Liverpool would need at least one centre back and a winger, and which I said Bakola is going to be part of that mix. Bakola, you might be announcing Liverpool. Bakola might be announced this a few days from now because talks between clubs are ongoing. It's just that the fee has not been agreed. Liverpool, looking at the centre back, Yaket is there. Araujo came in as a lone player. Yeah, so I don't need to talk about his long-term stay because it's a loan deal until the deal is permanent. That's why we'll talk about his this thing.
Well, he seems to be the one in line to pair with Virgil van Dijk.
Yaket is the one. Today's game is Yaket and Van Dijk that is pairing, and going into
Benjamin Pro and Arsenal, in the top jacket next with Van Dijk, they pair for defense.
Definitely, they are pairing today in the friendly game.
But that's the friendly game.
Yes, definitely. Listen now.
So you're comfortable with this
It is a friendly
for a
game,
season.
right? And the coach said expect a busy transfer window.
All right.
It shows that
So how
they are
busy?
not
How busy?
done
How busy could Liverpool
signing.
be between now and the end of the transfer window?
They are not done signing.
All right.
According to the words of the coach, expect a busy transfer window.
Okay.
So you know that signings are going to be coming and players are going to be moving.
Okay.
Definitely. So I feel that centre back, Liverpool need one centre back,
Right.
and it might not be coming again because of the presence of Arojo coming in.
All right.
Yeah, Joe Gomez is fit. I think they might be needing a right back.
Okay.
Right now they need a right back because Bradley is not fit. He just started his training on the
Conor
grass.
Bradley.
Yes. Jeremy Frimpong, it's not. The man is still trying to adapt for his first season. We don't know what to expect from him this season.
Okay.
Because, but I expect that he gets better. Because
Alright.
we take last season last season he was in and out, injuries and all that. But I feel that this is his make or break season for Liverpool. You know, and then I think that's it for the right back position. For the wingers, we need Liverpool will need a right winger.
Okay.
Yes, in that position. Yeah, what's his name now? Mohamed Salah is gone. That's no news. The man is gone. You need a player to cover for that position. Cody Gakpo, rumors still surrounding him and Tottenham, which I think Liverpool will not sell this summer.
Okay.
I think Liverpool will not sell Cody Gakpo this summer.
All right.
Trust me, I don't think. But anything can happen. But if anything comes around 60, 70, the man might be leaving. But I
Okay.
don't think he's leaving right now until that deal Bakola comes in. If Bakola comes in, Cody Gakpo might be leaving. And for that side, that is covered. Then I still don't know why Liverpool haven't gotten a proper defensive midfielder. Alexis McAllister, yes, he's there, but
They should have gone to Tottenham for Rodri.
What's his name?
No, Benji, don't you think they should have gone for Rodri?
What's his name now? Gravenberch is not an out-and-out defensive midfielder in number 6.
Okay.
But
Benji, why Liverpool no go for Rodri? They need DM now.
But the coach said he's still
Okay,
going to be
can we
playing.
not just start?
Let me answer.
Can
The
we
coach
can we
said
not just
no.
start this
The
argument?
coach said
again?
he's still going to be playing Gravenberch and McAllister in that position.
All right, and
The coach said they will still be playing that position.
But is Rodri not better than Gravenberch and McAllister?
And don't you
the
think?
coach said he wants these two players?
I think
my coach say he won't Gimaresh.
I think
So I
I'll be
feel that-
asking some of
so
the
I
questions
feel-
here. And for
No,
Benjamin, don't you think that's the same mistake made by Anna Slot, having Gravenberch
Yes,
as the
good.
defensive
If
midfielder?
that's the thing. But the coach said the way he wants to be playing his system will not rely that number 6 heavily for Gravenberch to be sitting
right.
deep.
All
He's
right.
going to be rotating between himself, just like Klopp did in his latter days.
Okay.
McAllister, Gravenberch, both of them in a particular game, one gets to move, the other sits deep.
All right.
When the other comes sit deep. So the coach said that is what he wants to be playing.
You know, be waiting the
So
coach
I feel Liverpool no get more than just get 6 billion. No. It is shaky 6 billion.
when they use a carry league,
Is everything?
they never use a carry league.
Make we see whether I go carry league this season.
All right, it's not a banter show; it's a
No, it's
transfer
not
show.
a banter. Make we see me and Somto. Make we see if Arsenal go carry league this season.
Okay, all right.
Tell your coach now me talk am.
Okay, all
Go
right,
see am.
all right. At the end of the season, we'll definitely
see.
sit together and talk about this particular one. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to go to the phone line right now to get your thoughts on all that we have been talking about right from the start of the season. Best signing so far. You could let us know what you think about it right from the beginning. Best piece of transfer business done so far. You could also share with us. Do you think that any of the decisions made by any of the clubs is a worst decision? You could also share your thoughts on that one, and you could also share with us what you think or areas that you think your club needs a player before the end of the transfer window. We've talked about Arsenal. There is Bradley Bakola. They're still in it. There is Victor Osimhen. We're hearing the reports. Do you think that if Victor Osimhen to Arsenal could be possible before the end of the transfer window? So you could share your thoughts with us on that particular one. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. By the way, we've got La Liga games up and running. 2 games already. Racing Club is playing out a 2-2 draw with Villarreal, and we've got Espanyol up against Levante by 6 p.m. All right, we go to the phone line right now. Hello, good evening to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live. Hello, are you there? All right. Hello, good evening to you.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Yeah. Well, let me start with Osimhen.
All right, go
I
on.
don't think Arsenal need somebody like Osimhen because if Osimhen come there and have to cut the punch paper high.
But he just scored 2 goals at the start of Galatasaray's campaign. Don't you think Arsenal needs that?
No, he has a temperament issue.
Okay.
All
right.
No need person like that. No need person. I want one other thing. Chelsea. I don't know. You guys are not talking about Chelsea. Is it that because Chelsea is not in the Champions League or what?
No, don't be sentimental about it. We'll definitely talk about Chelsea. But remember, we started by talking about the Enzo Fernandez Chelsea City issue. We'll definitely talk about Chelsea.
Please, I'm hoping to hear about it.
All right. Thank you so much for being there. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. 0701-933-9962. That's the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. You can also share your thoughts there. Good evening to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
Good evening.
Welcome.
I greet everybody in the studio.
We greet you too. All right, welcome to the show.
Talking about Arsenal, I'm not Arsenal and Arsenal fan though, but anybody telling me that Arsenal has 3 strikers, I will disagree with the person.
Okay.
Yeah, but usually to me it's no longer Arsenal. Even if he remains in Arsenal, I don't see him play much games.
All right.
Kai Havertz, I know. When my club signed Kai Havertz, Kai Havertz is never in number 9.
Okay.
So the only number 9 I think Arsenal has there is Victor Gyökeres. And I'm still wondering how they want to go through the whole season with only one actual striker. So they really need to see, but I know they don't come. But I know Osimhen that's not his league going to be done from day one.
Okay.
Honestly, Osimhen do that thing. Talking about my own team, Chelsea, I'm okay with the signings he has done.
All right.
So that the only place I just want the club to address is the goalkeeper position.
All right.
As far as I'm concerned, our midfield is okay, attack is okay. With the additions we have acquired from the defensive side. I just need a goalkeeper like the first of people. So if they can get that guy for me, I think Chelsea is good to go.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts there. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. We've got some WhatsApp messages right here. This one coming from Son of Devil. He says, "Greetings, guys. West Ham should do everything in their power to return to the Premier League, and I truly hope so. It will be truly disappointing to see Osimhen not make a big club or league move this season, whether now or January. Malawi ladies are fabulous, but I see Cameroon carrying the night." Yes, thank you so much for drawing our attentions to that particular one. It's going to be the finals of the ongoing Women's African Cup of Nations 2026. And this one coming from Enes from Woji, he says it's time for Maresca to pay for all Guardiola's sins. Thank you so much, Enes, for your thoughts there. The phone line still remains open, 0810-951-0951. Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Yes, good evening.
Welcome.
My name is Tony from
Tony, welcome to the show. What do you have for us?
Yes, I just want to congratulate all Arsenal fans. Yeah, so
first trophy of the season.
Again. This is the beginning of the season.
Wow. Yeah.
So we're giving a signal to all this Chelsea, Man U,
Liverpool,
and so on and so forth. So we're just telling them to bottle up because it's not going to be easy. Say my friend Barry Gardon, I hear from the other station. All right. So saying that this cup is not relevant. That this is the worst Man City player has played. So I don't want to know.
All right.
So please, can you update me? Is there any news again from Osimhen to ask me? Please,
no direct news yet, no official news yet, but we'll keep you posted as news or whatever activities continue to unveil.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, Sonto, I think Sonto is there.
Yes, he's here.
My man Sonto, have fun, man. What's up?
Tony, you are a great man. Thank you for celebrating with us. You are a great man.
We are going to do it again this season.
Amen. God bless you. God bless you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much also for dropping by there, Tony. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. In the championship, two games or one game has been decided, one yet to be decided. Watford defeated Southampton 2-1 earlier on, and currently we've got Burnley losing at home to West Ham United by 1-2. Yes, that's how it is. And guys, okay, let's take this call. Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome. Name, location?
My name is George, calling from Wilmington.
George, welcome to the show. Go on with your thoughts.
Okay, my thoughts on this is that as Man City, they are not doing well. That as they did start strong. So, I just pray if they continue like this, let Man U just, I'm a Man U fan. As I win like this, we just from back, take them.
Why do you want to take Manchester City from okay.
From where?
All right.
For all Manchester is doing poorly. Another one, United.
Okay.
United ourselves and wire them out.
Good. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts there. Oh man, the guy said Manchester United to take Manchester City from the back.
He's just concentrating on the back. Okay, why they don't follow front?
No, all right, we've got this call. Hello, good evening to you. Welcome to the show. Hello, are you there? Good evening to you. Welcome to the show. All right, maybe we lost that call there. Hello, good evening to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
What is the time for the female final?
All right, we'll update you with that one pretty soon.
Okay.
All right. Okay, that's it. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good evening to you. Welcome to the show. Can you hear me? All right, so drop call situation there. You can keep the calls coming in 0810-951-0951. The final game in the Women's African Cup of Nations between Malawi and Cameroon will be up by 8 p.m. Nigerian time. So you can keep a date with that in a couple of hours from now. Call that 2 hours, 8 minutes from now. We'll have that one on our screen. So
it's a stylish message from one of Osimhen's close friends.
All right,
a lot of people know
message.
as Larry.
Mm-hmm.
There's a stylish message. Like I said, I've not seen this from credible sources yet.
All right.
I don't know. I'm saying Osimhen is better than the rest too, but I don't know if it happens until one person leaves.
Okay.
But he said something and said, wait, now this Arsenal team where they want to add another striker. If Osimhen's friend is saying that
means there's a possibility
maybe
it will happen.
Because in talks for Martinelli, Arsenal inquired about Osimhen, but they were bounced off, and Gala said they are not selling Osimhen.
All right. Okay, guys. For Chelsea, let me get your thoughts on this one, Somto. The Enzo Fernandez's deal. The man is not happy again at Chelsea. Neither is Chelsea happy with him. I heard he was booed.
He was booed, and I'm actually surprised that Chelsea are not putting him in the market. But he's a very good player.
Okay,
no doubt about his qualities. But how long?
But how do you sell him to a direct rival? Is another problem.
That's why they put deadline. They know what they are doing now.
Okay,
they put the deadline on Friday. You just announce deadline on Tuesday.
On
Wednesday.
Tuesday, yeah, it was on Tuesday.
Everybody should bring 120 million on Friday. If they don't bring 120 million by Friday, it's not going. Is it Jesus Christ? Let him stay there. They know what they are doing. They don't understand.
Unidentified individuals, popularly referred to as Agberos, who parade themselves as task force officials without the authorization of the council and engage in the collection of levies, taxes, tolls, or other unauthorized charges within the LGA are hereby directed to stop forthwith. Any individual or group found violating this directive will be arrested and prosecuted in accordance with the law. And this is signed by Honorable Dr. Gift Wallu, Chairman, Obiakpo Local Government Area.